for 30 seconds with normal breathing and relax. Benefits: helps to increase flexibility of spine, helps to overcome constipation, dyspepsia, stimulates pancreas and helps in the management of diabetes. Now, take out your hands with exhalation and relax. Repeat the same on the other side. Now, bring the right arm around the left knee and place the palm beside the left foot. Take the left arm back and keep the palm on the ground in line with the tailbone. With the back straight, remain in this posture again for 30 seconds with normal breathing and relax. Slowly remove your hands with exhalation and relax. Prone postures, Makrasana, the crocodile posture. In Sanskrit, Makra means crocodile. In this asana, the body resembles a crocodile. A word of caution: avoid this practice in case of low blood pressure, severe cardiac problems, and pregnancy. Technique: lie down on your stomach with the feet wide apart, feet pointing outward. Bend both the arms and place the right hand on the left hand. Place the forehead on your hands. Keep the eyes closed. This is Makrasana. This asana is practiced for relaxation in all prone postures. Stay in this pose for 30 seconds. Benefits: promotes the relaxation of the lower back, helps in recovery of back problems, indicated for all orthopedic ailments, indicated to counter stress and anxiety. Bhujanga Asana, the cobra posture. Bhujanga means snake or cobra. In this asana, the body is raised like the hood of a snake. Relax in Makarasana. A word of caution: those who have undergone abdominal surgery should avoid this asana for 2-3 months. Those who suffer from hernia, ulcers should not practice this asana. Now join your legs and stretch your arms. Please note, keep the legs firm so that no load or strain is felt on the lumbar spine. Keep the forehead on the ground. Now place your hands just beside the body. Keep palms and elbows on the ground. As you inhale slowly, lift the chin and the chest, then come up to the navel region. Stay there comfortably. This is called Sarala Bhujanga Asana. Now come back and place your forehead on the ground. Keep your palms besides the chest and raise your elbows from where they are. Inhale. Slowly lift the chin and the chest just up to the navel region. This is Bhujanga Asana. Stay in this pose for 30 seconds. Benefits. This asana is best for stress management. It reduces abdominal fat and alleviates constipation. It also helps to remove backache and bronchial problems. Now exhale, rest your forehead on the ground and place your palms and rest your head on the palms and spread your legs and relax in Makarasana.
Now we practice asanas in supine postures. Lie down supine in Shavasana. The first one, Setubandha Asana, the bridge posture. Setubandha means formation of bridge. In this posture, the body is positioned like a bridge, hence the name. A word of caution. People suffering from ulcers and hernia and women in advanced stages of pregnancy should not practice this asana. Technique. Bend both the legs at the knees and bring the heels near the buttocks. While holding both the ankles firmly, keep the knees and feet in one straight line. Inhale. Slowly raise your buttocks and trunk up as much as you can to form a bridge. Note, in the final position, the shoulders and the head remain in contact with the floor. If required, in the final position, you can support your body at the waist with your hands. Now remain in this posture for 30 seconds with normal breathing. Benefits. This posture relieves depression and anxiety and strengthens lower back muscles. It stretches abdominal organs, improves digestion, and helps to relieve constipation. Exhale. Slowly return to the original position and relax in Shavasana. Ardha Halasana, half plow posture. Ardha means half and Hala means plow. This posture is known as Ardha Halasana because In its final position, the body resembles half the shape of an Indian plow. A word of caution. Those who have lumbosacral, that is lower back pain, should not perform with both legs together. Avoid this practice in case of abdominal injuries, hernia, etc. Technique. Take supine position. Keep hands by the sides of the thigh, palms resting on the ground. Slowly raise your legs together without bending at the knees and stop at 30 degrees. After a few seconds, raise your legs further up to 60-degree angle and maintain the posture. Now raise the legs at 90-degree angle. This is the final position of Ardha Halasana. Maintain this position as long as comfortable for at least 30 seconds. Benefits. This asana is beneficial for dyspepsia and constipation. The practice of this asana is useful in cases of diabetes, piles, and throat-related disorders. This is a very beneficial for hypertensive patients, but need to be practiced with care.
Pavanmukh Asana, the wind releasing posture. Pavana means wind, and Mukta means to release or to be free. As the name suggests, this asana is useful in removing wind of flatulence from the stomach and intestines. A word of caution. Please avoid this practice in case of abdominal injuries, hernia, sciatica, or severe back pain and during pregnancy. Technique. Lie down flat in supine position on the back. Bend both the knees and bring the thighs to the chest. Interlock the fingers, hold the knees or clasp the shin below the knees. For those who are flexible, can hold from the elbows. Exhale, raise the head till your chin touches the knees and relax. Synchronize your breathing with leg movement. While touching the knee with the nose or forehead, you should be able to feel the lumbar region stretched. Keep the eyes closed and focus your attention on the lumbar region. This is Pavanmukh Asana. Stay in the posture for at least 30 seconds. Benefits. Removes constipation, gives relief from flatulence, decreases the floating sensation in the abdomen and aids digestion, offers deep internal pressure, massage and stretching of the highly complicated network of muscles, ligaments and tendons in the pelvis and waist region. It tones up the back muscles and spinal nerves. Now relax and bring the head back to the ground. While exhaling, lower the leg to the floor and rest in Shavasana.
Shavasana, the dead body posture. Sava means dead body. The final position in this asana resembles a dead body. Relax in supine position. Lie down on your back with arms and legs comfortably apart. Palms facing upward, eyes closed. Relax the whole body consciously. Become aware of natural breath and allow it to become rhythmic and slow. Remain in the position till you feel refreshed and relaxed. Benefits: it helps to relieve all kinds of tensions and gives rest to both body and mind. Relaxes the whole psychophysiological system. The mind, which is constantly attracted to the outer world, takes a U-turn and moves inwards, thus gradually getting absorbed. As the mind turns quiet and absorbed, the practitioner remains undisturbed by the external environment. It is found very beneficial in the management of stress and its consequences. Kapalabhati. Sit in any meditative posture like Sukhasana, Padmasana, or Vajrasana. A word of caution: please avoid this practice in case of cardiac conditions, giddiness, high blood pressure, vertigo, chronic bleeding in the nose, epilepsy, migraine, stroke, hernia, and gastric ulcers. Technique: close the eyes and relax whole body. Inhale deeply through both the nostrils. Expand the chest. Expel the breath with forceful contractions of the abdominal muscles and relax. Do not strain. Continue active, forceful exhalation and passive inhalation. Complete 14 rapid breaths, then take a deep breath and exhale slowly. This will be one round of Kapalabhati. Breathing pattern: forceful exhalation by contracting the abdominal muscles without any undue movements in the chest and shoulder region. Inhalation should be passive throughout the practice. Now, please join me for the practice. that was one round of practice. We repeat 2 more rounds. Benefits: Kapalabhati purifies the frontal air sinuses, helps to overcome cough disorders. It is useful in treating cold, sinusitis, asthma, and bronchial infections. It rejuvenates the whole body and keeps the face young and vibrant. It balances and strengthens the nervous systems and tones up the digestive systems. Now the third round. Now relax and enjoy the tranquility. Pranayama, Nadi Shodhana or Anulom Vilom Pranayama, that is alternate nostril breathing. The main characteristic feature of this pranayama is alternate breathing through the left and right nostrils without or with retention of breath, that is kumbhaka. Breath should be slow, steady, and controlled. It should not be forced or restricted in any way. Ratio and timing. For beginners, the duration of inhalation and exhalation should be equal. Gradually, make 1:2 inhalation and exhalation. Technique: sit in any meditative posture. Keep the spine and head straight with eyes closed. Relax the body with a few deep breaths. Keep the left palm on the left knee in Jnana Mudra, and the right hand should be in Nasigra Mudra. Place the ring and small finger on the left nostril, keeping middle and index finger folded. Place the right thumb on the right nostril. Breathe in from the left nostril. Close the left nostril with the small and ring finger and release the thumb from the right nostril. Exhale to the right nostril. Next, inhale through the right nostril. At the end of the inhalation, close the right nostril. Open the left nostril and exhale through the left nostril. This complete process is one round of
Nadi Shodhana or Anulom Vilom Pranayama. When there is a retention of breath, it is known as Nadi Shodhana. But when continued without holding or retaining the breath, it is known as Anulom Vilom. Repeat 5 rounds. Continue with the cycles while I explain the benefits. The main purpose of this pranayama is to purify the principal channels of carrying energy called nadis. Hence, nourishes the whole body. It induces tranquility and helps to improve concentration, increases vitality, and lowers the level of stress and anxiety. It alleviates the cough disorders. So now, the 4th round. And the 5th round. Inhale from the left, exhale from the right, inhale from the right, and exhale from the left. Brahmari Pranayama, or also known as Brahmari Rechakam. Brahmari is derived from Brahmara, which means black bee. During the practice of this pranayama, the sound produced resembles the buzzing of a black bee. A word of caution: please avoid this practice in case of nose or ear infections. Technique Type 1. Sit in any meditative posture with eyes closed. Inhale deeply through the nose. Exhale slowly in controlled manner while making a deep, steady humming sound, such as that of a black bee. This is 1 round of Brahmari. Repeat 2 more rounds. Inhale for the 2nd round. Now inhale for the 3rd round. Now we practice Brahmari Type 2 in Shanmukhi Mudra. Sit in any meditative posture with eyes closed. Inhale deeply through the nose. Close the eyes, placing the index fingers on the eyelids. Then place the middle finger above the nostrils. The ring finger is placed above the upper lip and little finger below the lower lip. The ears are shut by inserting the thumbs. This is called Sanmukhi Mudra, which symbolizes pratyahara or withdrawal of the senses. Exhale slowly in controlled manner while making a deep, steady humming sound, such as that of a black bee. This is one round of Brahman. Repeat 2 more rounds. The second round, inhale. The third round, inhale. Dhyana. Dhyana or meditation is an act of continuous contemplation. Technique. Sit in any meditative posture. Keep your spine comfortably erect. For beginners, soothing music may be played in the background during meditation. Hold Dhyana Mudra as follows. Touch the tip of the thumb to the tip of the index finger, forming a circle. The other 3 fingers are straight and relaxed. All 3 fingers are side by side and touching. Keep your palms facing upwards upon the thighs. Arms and shoulders should be loosed and relaxed. Close your eyes and sit with a slightly upturned face. You need not concentrate, just maintain a mild focus between the eyebrows and be conscious of your breath. Dissolve all your thoughts. and attain single and pure thought. Meditate. Stay as long as you can. Benefits. Meditation is the most important component of yoga practice. It helps the practitioner to eliminate negative emotions like fear, anger, depression, anxiety, and to dissolve positive emotions. Keeps the mind calm and quiet, increases concentration, memory, clarity of thought, and willpower, rejuvenates the whole body and mind, giving them proper rest. Meditation leads to self realization, which is always the goal of yoga. संकल्प हमें अपने मन को हमेशा संतुलित रखना है। इसी में हमारा आत्मविकास समाया है। मैं अपने कर्तव्य खुद के प्रति, कुटुंब के प्रति, कार्यस्थल, समाज और विश्व के प्रति शांति, आनंद और स्वास्थ्य के प्रचार के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हूँ। I commit myself to always be in a balanced state of mind. It is in this state that my highest self-development reaches its greatest possibility. I commit to do my duty to self, family, at work, to society, and to the world for the promotion of peace, health, and harmony.
सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत् मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्ति।
Wonderful, Himanshu. This was the best thing that we could have received during the celebrations of the International Yoga Day. Thank you so much for this wonderful class that included breathing, that included joint flexibility, that included stress relief, absolutely all for the body. Time has taken us through this so fast. This was such a wonderful class. Ladies and gentlemen, wasn't that an awesome thing to get for the International Yoga Day celebration? Absolutely, yes. We have a global audience watching this. Himanshu, thank you very much for this. Unfortunately, time is running out for us. You've got this wonderful team. We'd like to thank yourself and the team who gave us this wonderful yoga class today. We will have to go ahead.
Yeah, I want to thank Meena Trivedi ji. I believe, she's an ambassador of Healing Our Earth, and great lady, I would say, because at the last minute, I mean, we were running short. We wanted the recording of the prayers. So I received it yesterday night from her, despite of a tight schedule. I must thank you so much, Minaji. And it's such a wonderful, melodious voice she has.
She is
Yeah.
a wonderful member of the family member of the Healing Our Earth team, and
Yeah.
a very, very melodious singer. As we say, Saraswati is definitely residing in her vocal cords. So,
Certainly.
yes. So it was actually Meena Trivedi's pratna that we just listened to. And
Huh.
from there, Himanshu Bhai, we will have to make an exit from Mumbai because our guest in London is waiting for us. So we will
Okay.
say a thank you very much on behalf of the Healing Our Earth team. And we shall make a quick exit from Juhu Beach to London. There we are. Here we come into London to a wonderful speaker. And before we get to the speaker, the wonderful team for Himanshu Mehta, thank you so much. Himanshu Bhai, thank you to the all your team members for giving a wonderful class. On behalf of Healing Our Earth, thank you.
Amazing.
Now that we are in London, all the way from Juhu to London, here we are with Priya Narsai Poonam in the United
Namaste.
Kingdom. Pardon me?
Namaste.
Namaste
Nice to
to
be
you.
here.
Can we hear you? A global namaste, Priya. We are
Global
all connected.
namaste.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. So we have this wonderful lady who is going to be talking about yoga and well-being and breathing with ease, moving with grace. I want to introduce you to this lovely speaker that we have for our next approximately 40 minutes. And before we let the floor to Priya, let's see what she has all about her. Priya is a Yoga Alliance and an independent yoga network accredited teacher with over 13 years teaching experience, qualified in Hatha Yoga, Yoga Therapy, Ayurveda, Yin Yoga, Chair Yoga, Level 2 Personal Fitness Trainer for children.
Mm.
Indian head massage practitioner and a mental health first aider. She's also a health and happiness coach with over 16 years experience working within community development, creating healthier, happier people and places to live an independent, happy lifestyle. Combining coaching and the philosophy of yoga is her magic.
It's amazing.
Priya is looking forward to welcoming you and practicing with you. She will guide you through your body, your breathing, your poses to make you feel healthier through mind, body, and soul. Priya, welcome to Healing Our Earth, and the floor is all yours. We'll have about 40 minutes, and if we have some time at the end, I would love to engage with you in some questions and answers, Priya.
No problem. Thank you. And
Welcome.
namaste. And thank you for having me as well at Healing Our Earth. And
Absolutely.
when we did Himanshi's yoga just now, and we talk about yoga and well-being and what does that actually mean, but all the benefits that Himanshi mentioned throughout his practice with the breathing, with the postures, with the asana, that's a part of our well-being is to how do we look after our bodies and our mind together, and yoga gives us that in abundance, which is amazing. And today I'm going to end with a body scan, and a body scan is it's a simple form of meditation that will allow even beginners to connect with with the body and with our breath. So that's what I will end with. And throughout the practice, I'd like you just to say, just keep in tune with the body. If you feel any tension, any tightness, or a change in the body, please just take it easy. Like, this is all about how we connect with our own bodies and go with the flow. And yeah, let's get started. I'm going to go over to my mat because I'm sat a bit further forward.
Absolutely, yes. We are all ready for this, Priya.
So coming into Sukhasana, or any seated posture that works for you. Just rolling the shoulders back and down, taking the hands so the palms are facing up. You can take Dhyana Mudra if that's available to you, that's okay. And I'd like you to take a breath in through your nose. And as you exhale with a and again, inhalation through the nose. Exhale through the mouth. Breathing in through the nose. And exhale with slight pause. And if I can invite you here to either close the eyes down or maybe gaze past the nose towards the earth. Just focusing on your breathing to begin. So finding the breath. Can you feel the coolness of the breath as you inhale? Can you feel a rise in the breath as you inhale? As you exhale, can you notice the relaxation in the body? Just noticing the breath. Notice your body move as you breathe. And bringing the word kindness in towards your heart. What does kindness mean to you when it comes to your mind and body? Going to inhale to a count of 4, 3, 2, 1. Just holding your breath. Exhaling for 4, 3, 2, 1. Breathe in for 4 and hold. Exhaling 4, 3, 2, 1. Find ease in your breathing. Try to stay for 4 counts in and 4 counts out. Last round. And very slowly, wriggle in towards your fingers, in towards your toes. I'd like to take the hands all the way up towards the sky, and to keep the eyes closed, and take the hands and open the hands over towards the eyes. And as you inhale, smile, and then flicker the eyes open in towards the darkness of the hands. And as you drop the hands down, drop the head forward. And again, inhale the word kindness all the way up. Exhale, dropping the head forward, chin to chest, interlace your fingers, and then bring your body forward with your hands. And inhale, reach up. Keep smiling all the way through. Exhale, release. Breathing and reaching up. Exhale, dropping the hands down, the chin towards the chest. Coming forward with the hands. And inhale, reach. And then exhale, release. Well done. Going to place your right hand on towards the earth. You're going to take your left hand, take my shoulder. We're going to lift the arm up. You're going to keep the hand in line with your waist and hips, and you're going to come over for a side stretch. And let's inhale, reach up. And then exhale, come forward and over again. And we're going to lift the arm up. We're going to come all the way over to the other side. And again, reach up, try to ground through your sit bones. Come over towards the side of the body. And then I want you to feel into your body what's going on for you. Inhale, reach up. It's like I'm waving at you, it's great. And then come back.
Feeling a very good stretch there, Priya.
Yeah, that side stretch. And what that does, it helps open up the sides of our body, allows our organs that live here have a bit of room. So we're going to lift up, reach up, breathe in. Exhale. We're going to take your left hand, I'm going to take it over towards the opposite ear. We're going to drop the shoulder and the ear towards the shoulder. Maybe release the other hand. Now that's a harder, it's a deeper stretch. See how that feels in your tricep and bicep. Super. Then we're going to let go of this hand and then we're going to come over. But one more side. So this time I'm going to take this front hand, I'm going to bring it forward and I'm going to follow over and then just reach back. I like dancing, so we might do a bit of movement, bit more moving. So over to the other side, lift the arm up, well done. Take the ear, hand to ear, come in for that side stretch. We hold a lot of tension in towards our shoulders, especially with modern day society and movement, and extend the hand. And then again, we're going to drop the hand, I'm going to come over for a side stretch. And again, this time, this front top hand, as you exhale, we're going to come forward. And let's take the other hand. And then just lean back. Super, and then come forward again. I'm going to take the arms, so I'd like to interlace your fingers. Take the hands so they come back, and then reach the arms up. Super. And then slowly release and just wiggle the fingers down. I'm going to take arms up again. This time I'm going to take your left hand over towards your right. I'm going to take your opposite hand just in line with your back and your hips. So as you come over, see if you can reach slightly further towards the crown of the head. Can you inhale? Can you see if you can exhale, look over the shoulder? But I'm going to release the hand to the side and then come over. And then reach back. And breathe in, reach up. Same on the other side, we're going to come over. Try to keep your hand underneath this distance in the body to come over to your stretch. Breathe in through the crown of the head, so you're lifting through the sit bones. Release the back hand and come over. And then reach back. Super. And you're going to take the hands to the knees. I'm going to take the chin to chest here. I'm going to come over towards the left. Move your shoulders here. This part of our body moves the most. So see if you can use that to actually help move the body. This can be done in a chair. So all of these starting exercises, if you work from home, which most of us have had to do, if you're working differently, try to see if you can move into these just by sitting one way and another. Amazing. And just coming back to middle. We're going to extend the legs out. We're going to take the arms out and hold onto the shoulders here. We're going to do a few shoulder rolls in one way and then forward. And then bring the elbows in and then out. Good. One more. I'm going to extend hands out. Let's see if we can rotate here. Can we also use our feet? We have less time. Can we move a little bit more everywhere? Okay. Can we extend the fingers out and then push? Breathe in. Exhale. Inhale. Breathe away. Exhale. Take the hands out and press each finger to thumb. And I like to always say something like, I am the best, or I am amazing. So anything, I am kind-hearted. So anything that works, anything positive. We're going to rotate into our feet. We're going to drop the toes forward, and then we're going to lift and push through the heel of your feet. And then come forward. And back. Let's see if we can rotate all the way around. And then into the opposite direction. Right, you're going to take your right leg, we're going to take it in. You're going to bring the leg down. You can either keep the leg on the floor or you can lift it on top of your thigh. Yeah, so that's stage one. And that would be Stage 3 is going over. So we're going to lift the knee up and going to drop the knee down and then lift. Try to keep lifting through the chest and use your hand to help your body. And let's do 2 more. You know, I could teach yoga all day. I was like 40 minutes and just get everything in. And then we're going to rock it out. Super.
Really good for the hips
release.
though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's exciting. So from here, let's inhale, reach the arms up. So when we forward fold, I want you to come forward from your hips, flick your fingers back, and then extend forward. See if you can, you don't have to hold on to the foot, your hands might be on your thigh, but keep your shoulders, keep your chin lifted towards the toes, and keep smiling. And then let's see if we can take them like hands forward and breathe in, breathe up. We're going to take now, your hand is going to go behind you with the knee that's bent, and you're going to support your back. We're going to extend and we're going to lift. Okay, so now reach up, press into your foot on the floor, lift through your hips, extend through your hand, and breathe in. As you exhale, let's come forward, bring the hips down, and then come over towards the leg. We'll do that 1 more time. We lift the arms up. Slight rotation, drop the hands down in line with the hip. So when you lift, think about bringing your wrist, your elbow and shoulder in line so your joints are stacked. So when you lift, you've got support here. You lift through the hips and put weight into your foot. Extend through your fingers. Then push through the foot on the floor. Look down towards the hand. Well done. And then release, and again come forward. Have a rest here. We're going to inhale, reach hands up. We're going to exhale, we're just going to swap the legs over. Super, well done. So again, we're going to take the leg up and then down. Now your opposite foot, see if you can make sure you push through the heel of your foot and keep your toes lifted. Make sure we can keep the chest nice and lifted as the leg comes in towards the chest. Can we do 1 more? And then can we lift and can we rock? I love that this is called rocking the baby. And this is exactly where I'd keep mine when they were little. My grandma used to say, this is how we did it, played with you as children. So it's very appropriate. So again, we're going to drop this leg down. And to inhale, flick them hands back. As you exhale, come forward through the forward fold. See if you can look beyond your toes. And then can you inhale, reach up. And again, we're going to take the hands, left hand over towards the hip. Sorry, completely forgot it was called. And we're going to lift up again. Again, let's make sure that your hands, your wrist, elbow and shoulder are stacked. Push through your hips, breathe in. And as you exhale, come down. Coming forward. And again, let's inhale, reach arms up. Can we exhale, release? And then can we lift again? Use your breath to control the body. Has your breathing slightly changed due to the movement? Can we recognize any changes? Exhale, come forward. We're going to take both legs forward. We're going to inhale, reach up. This time we're going to fold, we're going to round forward. So all we're going to do is going to come forward. We're not extending, dropping the chin to chest, and we're coming down towards the knees. Can you feel the compression of the breath in the body? So really noticing the way our breath changes as our movement changes. We're going to lean forward and then lift up. We're going to take the hands to the side. We're going to move the legs round. We're going to come into all fours. So making sure here that your legs are hip width apart, so your knees are not together. They're hip width apart. Your shoulders and hands are shoulder width apart, so you've got stability. And again, let's try to stack our joints. So hips in line with our knees, and our hands, shoulders are in line. We're going to drop the chin down and we're going to come round. And then forward. And then exhale as you curl up. Let's inhale as you open the body. And again round. And one more. I want you to tuck your toes under. Before you lift into, should use my Sanskrit word, shouldn't I? And I've not. You downward dog. I want you to think of it. Engage the core. So when you lift, what do you have to use? Lift through your downward dog. So firstly, just lift the knees up. Engage all the muscles you need to. Drop the knees down. Release the toes, give them a opposite way, and then curl the toes under again. And then can we lift up? Can we take our head in between the arms and can we extend our legs slowly? Can you feel into your downward dog? Can you walk here? Can you take some weight into your left foot and take some weight out of your right foot? And then can we do the same on the opposite side? And then coming back into that. Walking the feet forward and walking the hands back. And always think about the weight in the front of our body, really be heavier and light through your weight, like maybe move the head around, let the hands be heavy, but we're thinking about pushing through the legs here, the strength of our legs. Can we interlace the fingers behind the head? And then as you push into your feet, we're going to lift slowly. We're going to inhale and slowly lift, using the strength of the whole of the body. Yay, and we're standing. Inhale, reach up. Take your legs there at a 45 degree. We're going to exhale into our goddess. So if we think about, I always think about Lakshmi Ma when she's in her goddess. And all our Ma's will have multiple hands and very strong. So once you find your inner, that Shakti power, I like to say. I'm going to hold here. So inhale, reach up. Exhale, come back down. And can you move now into this? Remember, our bodies are made for moving, so can we move? Can you move into your heels? Can you move into the waist? Can you maybe move into your hands? Find that strength in the legs. Keep going. We're going to come back to middle and wait here. With inhale, bounce down. Breathe in, reach up. Exhale, hands to heart. I'm going to stay here for a moment. Maybe come into your into your toes and then drop. Can you come into your opposite toe and then drop? And again, one side and the other. Can we do two together? Shall we try? Well done.
Definitely, yes.
Inhale, reach up, lovely. So we're now going to go into Trikonasana. So you're going to take your left foot facing forward, right foot in between. You're going to come forward and we're going to come down. So inhale, reach up. As you exhale, can you bend that front knee to lift the body? And then we're going to come back. Same on the other side. It's going to come over. And then from here again, we're going to bend and we're going to come up. Breathe in, reach up, exhale down. We're going to bring the feet together. I might just do the Chandra Namaskar because it's a really nice flow. So we're going to take the arms up. We're going to exhale. I want you to move your hips out, so really move with the flow. And move again. And back to middle. You're going to then open the legs up, you exhale. We inhale, reach up, you come into Trikonasana. So from our Trikonasana, we're going to take the top hand, we're going to bring it round so it frames the front foot, and then we drop the knee down to lift the arms up. Okay, so when we're here, make sure your hips are in line, again supported by your knees so you can lift back. So take your hands and bring them forward. And you come into this side posture. And you're going to use your hands to come over. Okay, then we're going to come round and we lift. Inhale. Exhale, hands down. You're going to come up, back into Asana. You come up. You drop, goddess. Take your other leg, bring it inwards. Do that again. Breathe in, reach up. This time I want you to just flow. Do what works for your body. Just move with some grace. Exhale. Yeah, so just really kind of find your flow. Exhale. Inhale, lift. Into Trikonasana. And then Anjaneyasana, come round, drop, and lift. Exhale down and come forward. You could try a balance here. So we could try this one. See if you're there. Then we could lift. If that's difficult, you bring this knee to the earth. And back here. Drop the hands down and then just move over. And again, find your balance. Use your breath as your focus. Can you open up? As you exhale, can you take the hands back to your heart and then honour the earth and come round and then honouring the moon, the stars, the sun. Can we exhale down? Can we come into triangle, Trikonasana and lift? And then come all the way out. And then exhale back to goddess here. Heel toe your feet in. Breathe in, reach arms up. Exhale, forward fold from your hips. Tuck your chin in towards your chest. And then lift, and we're going to push into the feet again to lift the body. And then exhale, release. Just close. We're going to keep the hands here. This is called the seed breath. So we're going to breathe in and then exhale. Feel the breath in your, so feel this energy here. Maybe just do this and create some energy. What do we think about when we think about this energy? Feel it with kindness. We breathe in love and breathe out any worries. Slow the breath down. Inhale, reach arms up. Exhale, release hands down. Well done. Has your breath changed as you practice? Can you exhale and can you come forward? Can you inhale and really think about breathing in everything around you? Exhale, release with a 2 more. Breathing in love. Breathing out kindness. Breathing in positivity. And exhale, love. Do 1 more. Inhale, reach arms up. Exhale, release. Bend through the hips and forward. Inhale, reach up. Exhale, drop the hands all the way around. Can you take your hands up and over towards the eyes? Just allow the heat of your practice just to come over towards the body. And slowly take your hands towards the heart space. And then very slowly, we're going to come forward. We're going to keep the legs slightly wide. We're going to come down into our squat. So here, if again, this is not for everyone, so don't feel like your feet need to be completely flat and you need to lift. We're practicing. The reason we call yoga a practice, because we keep improving. It's about learning something new. So if we keep practicing something, we'll get better and better. So yoga is a practice for that reason. Okay? We're learning every time. So from here, maybe just move into this. So lift arm up and then lift. And keep smiling, because that's how we learn. And then release. And then coming back down to sitting. Maybe if we can come into Shavasana ready for the body scan. So rolling all the way back Can we lift the knees up so they are at a 90 degree? Can you extend your hands so they're at a T? If you are sitting, you can do a twist in your chair, and you're going to drop the legs over towards the left and look towards the right. Relax the shoulders down. Inhale and legs back to middle. And then exhale, releasing the opposite direction. Bring the knees back to middle. And bring the knees in towards the chest. Maybe lifting the head up towards the knees. Maybe staying just down. Can you extend the legs out and can you come into Shavasana? Are your palms facing up? Can the legs be slightly apart? If you need to, you can bring your knees in to support your back and bring the knees together. That's okay. And as you are in your Shavasana, can you now focus back on your breathing? Can you become aware of your breath? The gentle inhalation and exhalation. Notice the spontaneous breathing. With each exhalation, see if you can relax the body further. Imagining a golden light just at your toes. This light is a relaxing light and not energizing. It is healing. Invite this light in towards your toes. Relax your big toe, second toe, third toe, fourth toe, and little toe. Imagine your feet expanding with this gold. Relax the eyes, the toes, the soles of your feet, the tops of your feet. Relax your ankles. Rotate the ankles and release any tension from your ankles. Let the calves of your muscles feel lighter. Let this light wrap around your knees, up towards your thighs. Release any tension or weariness from the thighs. Let your hips relax. Let the whole of your legs expand with gold. Can you feel a gentle breath in your belly? Can you feel this light in towards the abdomen? Let your breath be soft. Can you expand in towards the heart space? As you breathe in towards the heart and the abdomen, inhale, exhale, release. Imagine all the organs being filled with this beautiful, relaxing colour. The liver, the kidneys, the intestines, the pancreas, everything's being energized. And as you slow down, relax through your shoulders. If you are carrying any weight, let that go. Release through your hands, your elbows, and your wrists. Imagine this golden light all the way up towards the top of the body, relaxing down towards the fingers. Just wriggle into the fingers and release any tension. Simply letting go. Breathe in towards your throat and feel the breath. Let this gentle light colour come up towards the back of the head. Relaxing the eyes, the nose, the lips. The breath reaches all the way to the top of your brain. All the spaces in between the brain is being filled with this gentle colour, taking away any negativity. character, allowing you to be kind from your heart to yourself and to those around you. Let's take a moment in this space to honor yourself. What can you appreciate about you right here, right now? And with love and kindness, slowly, slowly, just allowing yourself to, if you are lying, take your time, use your body to bring yourself up to sitting. We're going to end with the Gayatri Mantra. So if you know it, please join in. Vibrations are great when we're all together. And end with an Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Bhur Svaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. And from my heart to everybody here, Om Shanti. And thank you for being here. It's amazing.
Om Shanti to you, Priya. This was a superb 35-minute rapid yoga class
It
that
was a bit
rejuvenates
rapid.
your body.
But it's surprising how even when life can be rapid and things can be rapid, we can always find all the things that we learned from the last class or this class. We can always just pick something up that will go, that works for me, because we're all different. We're all made differently. So whatever works for you, that's what you need to do. My daughter's just arrived. Do you want to come and say hello?
Wonderful. Yes. Hello.
Say hello. She's here. Bend down.
Hello. What's your lovely name?
What's your name? India.
India. Welcome
India.
to Healing Our Earth. What a beautiful
The
name.
future generation is here.
What's that?
The future generation of healing the earth, healing our earth.
Absolutely, absolutely. And with that, such a lovely name, I bet she's going to be a very important member of the Healing Our Earth team.
She will be, yeah. I've just seen there's somebody called Avani online. Her middle name is Avani.
Okay.
So that's good.
Okay. Is that
okay? Right, I'll go because
Priya?
I'll keep talking. Good luck. I'm staying on, but lots of love. Thank you.
Before you go, I have one quick question, and if you can answer that in 30 seconds, I would be truly delighted. Give me 3 top reasons why yoga is beneficial to the human body.
So it helps us to slow down in a very hectic lifestyle. We can connect with ourselves and the earth together. So it's not just it's a union. And for me, community. I love community. So unity is community, and yoga brings that for everyone.
That's so well said. Unity is community, Priya. Thank you so much for a super awesome class. We all loved it. I'm sure the viewers have absolutely enjoyed it. Connect with Healing Our Earth. This is where you'll get details about Priya and how to connect with her. Our Healing Our Earth website is www.healingourearth.com. And Priya is an amazing yoga teacher, yoga instructor. We introduced her at the beginning. So do connect with her. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our time. A global namaste to you. Yes, Priya, thank you very much.
Bye.
And a massive thank you from Healing Our Earth.
Om Shanti, everyone.
Om Shanti, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, the time keeps flying really fast. We can't hold back onto that. Now, we are fast moving on to East Africa. But ladies and gentlemen, before we go there, I quickly want to remind you to join with us on our super awesome event that is coming up on Healing Our Earth on Sunday, the 27th of June. And that is well-being and wellness. This is the one. You can join us free for this global online session on Sunday, the 27th, 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. British Summer Time. And it's www.healingourearth.com. Connect with us. We have an awesome lineup of speakers and hosts who are coming on this show, so do not miss out on this. We are quickly catching a flight from the United Kingdom to East Africa to Zanzibar. Jambo to everybody, Jambo, Rafiki, and we
Jumbo.
Jambo. We have Anuta, the flying fairy. Anuta, are we connected?
I hear you very well. I hope you also hear me the same because
Absolutely.
because it's really
Anuta.
difficult to find a good Wi-Fi in Zanzibar. I
Hey,
was trying my best.
We are definitely going to connect every part of the globe with or without good Wi-Fi, but we'll make sure that we are connected all the way through.
Yes, that's true.
Great.
Yoga
Anuta,
connect us.
yes, a global namaste and a welcome to Healing Our Earth. Anuta, I want to tell this lovely global audience of Healing Our Earth all about you. Let us hear who this wonderful flying fairy is and what she does. Anuta says fly yoga in the aerial yoga hammock. Wow, I love that. She is an experienced yoga teacher from the Ukraine, living in Africa. Her yoga journey started while her first experience of life abroad. She has been a recognized yoga teacher in the Guangzhou, China since 2016, then moved to Zanzibar in 2018 with her yoga skills and experience of teaching. Anuta has a unique flow in each of her styles that she teaches. Hatha yoga, vinyasa yoga, aerial yoga, acro yoga, prenatal yoga, and yoga for kids. Anuta, the flying fairy, is her nickname, tells you already a lot about her style, and that is what she is going to show us. The flying yoga and the aerial yoga. Aerial yoga, she says, it helps to rebuild your emotional system, clears the mind, and relieves stress due to its meditative state. It also helps you to move freely with the less effort. It gives you the chance to hang freely, allowing your spine to lengthen. I totally agree with that. I'm a chiropractor by profession. With less strain on your back doing the exercises. It eases tension in the spinal cord. Absolutely correct. And gets your adrenaline high while going against gravity. And this is what Anuta, sitting in Zanzibar, is going to tell us all about it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are landed in Zanzibar. We have met up with Anuta, but don't forget, we are coming back to London shortly to hear some divine souls from the Brahma Kumari. Our sister Jayanti is going to be with us. But before that, we want to go on this aerial yoga experience. Anuta, the floor is all yours. Welcome on Healing Our Earth, and a very good afternoon to you from here.
Thank you, and good evening here in Zanzibar. And I'm glad to be here, and thank you so much, and welcome to Zanzibar. I'm gonna show you my practice at aerial hammock. And sorry, it's my first time to be in a Zoom and teaching online. Usually I'm just like participate just face to face with my students, so a little bit shaking, but
you are doing a wonderful job,
great.
Anuta. You carry on. You're doing brilliantly well.
Thank you. So I think we can start the practice, and
yes.
I hope the sound feels good from far away here.
We can
First,
hear
I
you.
will explain you a little bit about my yoga prop. So this is the aerial hammock. Nowadays we have a lot of different yoga props, and it's one of the famous one because it's like silky stretching, and it's very comfortable for beginners because most of the flying hammocks or flying props for the yoga, it's based on the belts. So, but this one is like more connect to your skin, so it's not giving the stress for your skin, and it's really good for beginners, as I say. So first of all, Before we start our practice, you need to check the level, and you just pull the hammock down, just down of your belly button, and that's how you start. You stand between your lines, just under, and let's begin. First, we need to warm up our body, and I will show you the quick warm up, and then we will start slowly to go upside down. Okay, so let's go. With deep inhale, start your practice. With exhale, just roll yourself all the way to the front. Inhale, down up with your arms wide, and exhale all the way front. Inhale, and few more. Exhale, inhale, and with exhale, just stay down. Relax. All what you need just to be relaxed with your neck all the time. Relax your shoulders. Just let it stretch. Take a couple of moments in this position, and then just swap to one side. Take a couple of breaths here. Deep inhale. Exhale. Inhale, and with exhale, go back to the center. And another side, inhale. With exhale, swap. And stay here a couple of moments. And all the time, just be with your breathing. It's also about yoga, so it's not just aerial practice. We're doing yoga. So all the time, keep attention, pay attention on how you breathe. And connect each your breath with the move. Inhale with exhale, go back. And slowly come up with your arms wide. Relax your shoulders and grab your hammock from out, in, and go all the way down. Help yourself. Slide down. So my arms is all the way up and just grabbing my hammock. And from this pause, we just going around. So it's a little bit funny moves, but it's really good for your spine, because like that you prepare your spine for the practice. Just like spinning around slowly, one side, then another side. Connect to your breath. And stop in the center. Stretch your legs, shake your legs a little, and then just go all the way down. Put your head down and relax with your neck. You can swim side to side. And slowly come up, cross your legs, and just push yourself away, then to the front, and like that you can. And let's start some another move. It's also still warm up. Just go like kind of inside the hammock and lean back. Open your legs a little. My hammock just on the shoulder blades, supporting me. And I'm going one side, another side, just check how is it like comfortable or not. I should feel comfortable in the hammock. And from here, we will go all the way to the front. Inhale, exhale. And it's like a plank position. So if I will turn a little bit, you will see my body is completely in one line. That's what you should do. If you feel it, not like your bottom up or just like your leg, you should stay strong and keep your line. And then you will feel all your muscles with your body. Yeah. And after that, you can try a little bit difficult. First, that you release your hands and keep your arms on the sides. That give a little bit pressure for your muscles. So you stay a couple of moments And then relax. Inhale and exhale. How to relax? It's very easy to relax the hammock. You just hold your head and swing side to side like you're dancing. And you can try a couple of times more. It's really good for abs, for legs. Make your body to be stronger. Then you can keep your legs more close and lift one up for a moment, and just don't forget about your line. So if I turn like that, you will see I keep holding my body in one line. And then another one, swap. And relax, the same way. Just swing side to side, hold your body relaxed. Hold your hammock, keep your legs more closed, and go to the chair position. Also, the hammock is the best prop to help you with normal yoga pose. So for example, for some people, it's really difficult to start yoga because they think, I don't have a flexibility, I don't have this and that. So it's easy when something helping you. And with the hammock, you can easy go with some yoga pose, and then you feel like you are a superhero. For example, with this chair pose, it's easy, but same time we can make a little bit difficult. For example, I will put my foot in the front, in the middle, and then another one going up, and just go a little bit deep down, just sit down and relax. So I feel my leg, I feel my hip stretching a little, and I can swing forward and back, and same time breathe. Same with another leg. Just swap, relax, and stay here a couple of moments. And let's move to another. You can relax again or just keep going. Next one I'm gonna show you. It's very fun, but it's also give you power for whole your body. So you need to be again in one line, and we will spin around all the way around. It looks very easy, but from beginning you need to understand how to move your body. Yeah, first I use some tips for beginners. You should open your legs and you should try to go one side and another side. Just bend your knees one by one. One side, then another side. Yeah. Then try to move a little bit more to the front. One side, another side. And hold yourself. Just one line, then another line. And try to go around one circle. Push yourself up and release. Push yourself up and release. And one more. And release, relax. And here you can try these legs together. But remember, you are one line, your arms on the sides, and how to start. So you just bend your knee little and go all the way around. Push yourself up and release. Oh, it's really nice movement, very fun. But same time, you will feel all your muscles working in this position with these movements. So I like this one very much, and all my students, they all the time laughing because it's like first from the beginning, you just going like funny, but in a while you really got used to it. and it's really give you power. And slowly we keep going. So go back after that, go back to your position, beginning position, and let's give a little bit power for our abs. You need to hold the lines, go all the way around the lines, and what we will do first, we will jump to try our power with our arms. Inhale this, exhale, put your knees to your chest. And a few times more, inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. So for beginners, 3 times it will be enough. Even you will not go that much high, but it's already something. You need to start really little, how we say in Zanzibar, poli. And then after that, if you already feel like it's okay for me, it's okay for my body, I'm really strong, so you can go even more. You can just go a little bit, like not upside down, so it's like in the middle. You just need to freeze in this position for a couple of seconds and just feel the balance, to feel this gravity, because first you need to get used to it. Like before upside down pose, you need to get used to it with your blood pressure, because everything is about our body. So you need to listen your body, how do you feel? Before to go upside down, you need to observe all those feelings. Yeah, so one more again. Inhale this, exhale all the way up. And sometimes if you feel pressure, so you just need to go down, and child pose is always helpful. And stay there a couple of moments. When you feel better, you can go back. But I hope everyone feel really great and keep going. Okay, so after this one, I show like step by step how you can get into the difficult pose, yes? So first one, it was knees to the chest. Second one, it was in the middle between the ground. And next one, you can try upside down plank position. Inhale with exhale, you just flip and then stretch your legs and try to keep your body in one line. From this position, you can bend your knees, stretch behind, and touch the ground. And walk all the way to the front and stretch your shoulders. Relax. Here you can open your feet a little and try to swing from one side, another side. Relax with your neck. Bend your knees and slowly come up with your arms. Okay, next. So this one, it was like a little bit difficult, but everyone can go there step by step. Now we will go inside the hammock. So my hammock is really big. You can lose yourself in it. Just find one line. Open up and holding with my big fingers and just pulling down under my butt. And you're already in, you're here. You can swing a little, feel free, relax, relax your neck. And from here, let's stretch our back. Yeah. Find another line, another side of the hammock. So one side, another side. And try to pull them and all the way under. So it's like a double side now. Yeah. And let's try one side and another side. First, grab your ankle and try to lean back. You can still hold and support yourself with another hand and try to relax. Inhale with exhale, palm up to the side and swap. Inhale and exhale. Slowly go back and let's try both of the sides. Hold your ankles one side, another side. And from here, slowly lean back. And you're here. Important to relax with your neck, your shoulders. Take a couple of moments and then you can just release. And slowly come up and put your head down. In this position, important to not feel pressure for your low back. So that's why I show how you can release that. You just need to keep your lines, like keep your hammock double side. Yeah, and then behind you will have like a lot of fabrics that it will be just free and will not give the pressure for your back. Okay, once again. Your ankles, inhale, and with exhale all the way down. And slowly come up. Okay, I think we are ready now to go upside down, like all the way upside down. Yes. So from this position, I will show you like forward, and also then I will turn and you will see from another side how it looks like. So first, showing face to you, you need to pull your hammock a little bit back so you can see that. And again, I have double side supporting me, and behind I have like free fabric to not give pressure for my back. Yeah, I'm holding my hammock, both of the sides, the side of my shoulders. Just try to pull more down. Sometimes it's really difficult, but just use your power to pull it down because it will be easy for you to go to reversion. Yeah, from here, like all the steps. Yeah, from here, inhale this exhale, lean back and open your knees. Open all the way as much as you can, and then open your legs and go all the way around the legs and keep your feet together. So you are upside down now. You can just relax. You are safe. Your hammock supporting you and everything is perfect. You can stay like a butt. And I'm showing you version like behind from the back to understand how it's working. Yeah, both of the sides. So I need to swap both of the sides. I will keep on the front. I'm holding both of these lines, pulling down, sit down, hold your. So as you see, I have like free space behind. It's really important, especially for beginners, because otherwise it will be hard for your spine. But we need to relax. And then pull your hands down, you come out, open your knees, open your legs, go around your legs, and you're here. Release your hands and keep your wrists on the floor. Relax your neck, your shoulders, all your arms, and stay here a couple of seconds. Let your body to be free. Got used to upside down. Take a deep breath in and deep breath out. Then you can keep your arms together. Namaste. Then try to keep your hands together behind. Cross your fingers and stretch your arms. Please relax again. Take a couple of breaths. And hold the hammock. So you need to hold like on the level of your knees. Slides. Then open your legs. Bend your knees, keep your legs together, and slowly come up and put your head down. And you can stay here a couple of moments. Sometimes if you feel dizzy, again, I remind you need to go all the way down and take a child pose. Sorry, it's disconnected. And slowly we're going to another movement. It's also like upside down. And I'm gonna show you some beautiful pose upside down. And it's amazing how you're gonna feel after that. It's like really you're gonna fly. I'm telling you true. So again, we're going upside down. Hold the hammer, push your hammer away under your back, hold all the way down, relax, and then step on your palms and go all the way to the front. So your palms just under your shoulders, walk a little bit to the front and stretch your arms. Keep your head exactly between the arms and relax. Like that, you're stretching your shoulders. Take a couple of breaths. And take one hand up, put on the top of another one. Take a couple of moments here. Then swap. Then go back here again. And twist. Swing a little. So my hammock goes a little bit down. Usually you should not touch with your head the floor, but sometimes when you just working fabrics, just you pulling your fabric down. That's how you can change the level. I'm not gonna change it. I still feel comfortable, but like for my students, I used to change the level for the hammock to not touch the floor. And I will show you another tricks. So let's go again upside down. Again, I check both of the lines together. Keep fabric together, double side. Sit in. Hold. Push your hands down. Inhale, exhale, upside down pose. So from here, let's go with one side. Stretch one leg. Try to find with both of your hands your foot. Relax with your neck and try to push your leg away. Take a couple of moments in this position. Observe your body. Observe how do you feel right now. And slowly release, swap. And other side, the same way. Try to hold with both of your hands and stretch your leg out. Relax with your neck. Important, relax your neck and your shoulders. And slowly go back, upside down position, and hold your hammock open, close, and go back. Put your head down and relax. You even can press a little, cross your fingers behind your head and just a little bit press your chin to your chest. From one side, another side. Release the stress. Okay, and then let's make something beautiful, and also at the same time it came to this position originally Hatha yoga. So I will show you, because you all yogis can see that it's like how much it connects also. It's not just like aerial practice, but it's all about yoga. So how to make a butterfly position. If you open your hammock, you go inside, hold the lines, put your feet in, stretch, and go all the way inside. So right now, you are like caterpillar in the cocoon. So on the side, on the back, the hammock fabrics holding my shoulders. It just cover my shoulders around. My hands out, one foot inside, covered just a little with the fabric, another one out. Now I'm here, just inside the hammock, one line as well, my body. Inhale with exhale, stretch your legs, and try to look at your feet. Stretch them up, and then try to push yourself all the way up and down. So you are in parallel to the ground. From this position, just put your foot down to the floor, the one free, the one out of the hammock, and you are here. Yeah, like beautiful butterfly. And you can go down. So that's how we go into this position. So you see I have my straight leg behind. I can hold with one hand, another one I can put on my knee and just look at the side. Then swap, look to the front, then release, touch the floor, and you can move forward and back. So if you have enough flexibility, you can stretch your leg all the way to the back, sorry. And go back, touch the floor, and put your leg down. Chin up, arch your back, relax. And relax in child pose. Sorry, I feel like disconnected.
You're
Somebody-
all connected. It is all good. We had
All
a
good?
lovely session with you, Anita. The way you are actually doing all the moves, you definitely deserve the title, the Flying Fairy. Amazing.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you did it very well. I have a couple questions for you, if that's okay with you, Anita.
Yes, of course.
Good. Now, you are in a lovely environment in Zanzibar. The
Yes,
sun
that's
is
true.
just about to set. It's about 6 o'clock there. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Would you care to show us around? Because while you were practicing yoga, we had a comment, I'd love to go to Africa. It's fresh air. We could even hear the birds chirping away in the background.
Yes, yes. So
What a
let me show
natural
you around
environment
here.
to be practicing yoga there. So if you just flip your camera around and show us where you are and tell us a little bit about that.
Yes, so let me show you around. This place is like Zanzibar West, and the hotel name White Paradise.
Wow.
So this is like a small yoga studio here,
Okay.
and I like those shells. Look at that. It's all
Amazing. Yes.
made with shells. And just on the side of it, it's just the low tide right now, but you can see the ocean just far away.
Wow.
Usually the ocean's so close, all the way close to up to the trees. So it's like amazing when it's a high tide.
Wow.
And
Well,
I can just show.
What an amazing location to be practicing yoga in.
Yes, we're just like practicing in paradise.
Yeah, practice in paradise. That's basically what it is. Yes. So this amazing practice in paradise that you're doing, I'd love you to share, if you don't mind, what are the benefits of yoga, particularly from what you were doing, particular benefits to the spine, to the back?
Yes, I can tell like small short story about especially how I become like practitioner of fly yoga, because my past I was a dancer.
Okay.
And like I always had a problem with my spine. So first I study like hatha, then I try like vinyasa to go with the flow, and I keep doing it. But once I try fly yoga, and after the session I feel like amazing. Oh my god, it was like really I want to fly. Like after 1 hour session I feel that much like my spine just like it removes all blocks by one session, and I'm just like, oh, let me just go through it. And that's how I found some beautiful studio in Thailand, and I went for teacher training there. And I took like small course first, and then I came back again because it's really nice. And also in Ubud they making this fly yoga. Originally it came from there in Bali. There is one teacher, he made fly yoga with the belts. So with the belt it was a little bit difficult and like a little bit discomfort for your back, but it's also the feeling after that is like amazing. So that's just like my feeling for the back, for all those blocks that you have, your spine blocks. It's really good yoga to go with and remove all of that and make your body healthy.
Brilliant. So and did I just hear this correctly, that your flying yoga that you do originated from Bali? Is that correct?
No, he just based in Bali, but first fly yoga was the start in USA. So it also was a choreographer who tried like some aerial stuff, and then he was practicing yoga also. So he he made it as like, okay, let me try some yoga pose with the hammock, and that's how he started this fly yoga. So it was originally came actually with some choreographer, dancer.
Oh, wonderful. So from dancing to yoga, but I think as we saw the other previous speakers, how we can use dance practice also with the yoga practice to make your body more flexible, more supple.
Yes, that's true.
Yes, wonderful.
And it's amazing. So it's
yeah.
And we can connect everything, and like yoga is about everything. It's about life, it's about move, it's about like healthy well-being.
Sure. So tell us one thing, the International Yoga Day is on the 21st, which is tomorrow, the 21st of June. What are you particularly doing for the celebration of the International Yoga Day per se, yourself? What would you be doing in Zanzibar with this particular eventful day?
Well, tomorrow I going back to my job because I just came back from my holiday.
Okay.
And tomorrow I'm gonna start. So I'm gonna have 2 sessions. And yeah, that's how I will celebrate my yoga day, International Day of Yoga.
Wonderful, wonderful. And last question, but not the least, obviously, as we know, time quickly runs very fast. Why Zanzibar, Anita? Why not any other places, but why Zanzibar?
Well, the time when I came here, I came for holidays and I didn't find any teacher in the island. And I was thinking, what if I will come here with my skills and I will bring the yoga here. So, and that's what happened. Like in half a year, I finished my contract in China and I decided to move here for a while just to try. And of course, I met some people after that, but nobody doing fly yoga in the island. So it's like only me. But we have like small community of yogis who is doing like different styles, but like me just based with the fly yoga here.
Brilliant. Well, all the very best from Healing Our Earth. And thank you very much for coming, Anita, on our Healing Our Earth show. Really, really, really do appreciate that. That was very kind of you. And as we say, time quickly flies and we are moving on to London, back to our wonderful host. And as we say, yes, sorry, Anita.
Thank you so much. Namaste. And thank you everyone who was watching.
Namaste, namaste. And thank you so much for that. That was very, very nice a session with yourself. Great. We are coming fast approaching to the end of my hosting session, but our other family member of the Healing Our Earth family takes over from me. I've had a very wonderful ride from the wonderful beaches of Juhu in Mumbai to United Kingdom, and then to East Africa, going to Zanzibar with Anita. And I warmly welcome our next host, which is Hani Kaleria. Hani, welcome to Healing Our Earth and a pleasure to see you. Can't hear you.
And a global namaste to you too, dear Lalit ji. Oh my God, that was such a beautiful session. Wasn't that amazing?
It was superb, yes.
It's how flexible can she be? I mean, I just found it amazing. I'm going to try this aerial yoga, but without telling anyone. By myself, I'm going to practice without anybody watching me, of course, right? Until I perfect it. So that would be fantastic, you know?
But hey, look, it all originated from dancing and you're a superb dancer. So, hey, you would be on it very quickly.
Absolutely. With the yoga and the dancing, it always comes together because it's always you connect from your heart and your soul when you're expressing or when you're connecting to the higher, as we say. Yoga is all about union, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Union. Yes, it's amazing. So Lalitji as well, thank you very much for the lovely presentation. And I have to say, happy Yoga Day and International Yoga Day to you. Isn't it an amazing day? Narendra Modi came up with this idea, didn't he, some years back?
It's about 7 years ago that they introduced International Yoga Day. That's correct.
Yes, it's a really good thing. Can you imagine 20, 30 years ago, we would have never known that yoga is so popular around the world. Everyone is doing yoga. Every fitness center you go to is doing yoga.
That's correct. That's correct.
Yes. And of course, we're now moving on to our next stage, which is continuing with our yoga and meditation, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yes. So I just, before we carry on, I wanted to say I've had an amazing journey for the last couple hours being on the session and enjoyed actually 3 hours on it. And the time has just gone very quickly from Juhu to United Kingdom to Zanzibar and back to United Kingdom to our wonderful host and a wonderful speaker, a divine speaker. But before I let you continue with the next session, I will be saying a goodbye to all of you. But I want to introduce my family member to you from Healing Our Earth. And she is none other than Dr. Hani Kaleria. She's going to be taking over the hosting from myself. Hani is a mind, body, soul coach and an award-winning creative dance expert with over 35 years of experience in the field of art, culture, and entertainment. She has been a spiritual seeker, a meditator since she was a teenager, and regularly practices Samarpan meditation, which is part of Dhyana Yoga, taught by the Himalayan yogi Shiv Kripananda Swami. She has enjoyed studying many spiritual disciplines and yogic sciences ranging from Raj Yoga taught by the Brahma Kumaris, Art of Living by Ravi Shankar, Vipassana by Goenka, and Isha Kriya by Sadhguru, Kundalini Yoga by Yogi Bhajan, and Vedantic spiritual practices as taught by Chinmaya Mission, as well as other Western practices such as mindfulness and transcendental meditation. She believes it is important to self-respect, contemplate, and grow spiritually to become a better human being. And honey, may I say, you are an awesome human being. You're a super soul and always a pleasure to connect with you. I would like to...
They say that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, isn't it? Whatever's in you is what you see in others, right, Lalitji?
Oh,
so I have to really give you the compliment back to you. What an awesome soul you are.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I will say goodbye. But before I say goodbye, honey, all the very best to you. Happy International Yoga Day. And to all the fabulous fathers over there, a happy Father's Day. And before I go, a Om Shanti to Sister Jayanti. Sister Jayanti,
Om Shanti,
and Om Shanti to Philippa Blackman.
Om Shanti, hello.
Honey, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, dear Lalitji. Thank you for an amazing, amazing time. I love those interviews. You're such an amazing host. Thank you so much for your time and being part of our family, because Healing Our Earth would never be the same without you.
Oh my God, thank you so much.
So, global namaste to you. So we now move on to our next guests, and oh my God, do we have a treat for you today. We are celebrating International Yoga Day, and of course that means we're going to talk about meditation, yoga, and have the best guests ever to come and support this wonderful event and celebrate with us. So our next guest, I'd like to really invite a very special lady who is a really great role model for me. We have Sister Jayanti, who's going to join us to talk a little bit about ancient Raj Yoga and also talk to us a little bit about the solutions that Raj Yoga can bring for our current problems that we're going through in this world. Now, as a director of Brahma Kumaris for Europe and the Middle East, and of course a spiritual leader and a teacher of 50 years, and she still looks 21, I have to say. Sister Jayanti has dedicated her life to self-transformation and service to humanity. And Brahma Kumari is an international non-governmental organization of the United Nations, accredited with general consultative status with the Economic and Social Council. And Sister Jayanti has been the organization's representative to the UN, United Nations, in Geneva since 1982. So she is power-packed with lots of pearls of wisdom, I can tell you that. She has championed the cooperative role of spiritual organizations in creating a just and peaceful world, which we definitely need at this moment in time. And she has brought spiritual principles to the discussion tables of politicians, economists, business leaders, scientists, and nearly every stakeholder of our times. So Sister Jayanti sees the erosion of spiritual values as the underlying cause of the crisis that the world is facing today. And I am absolutely with you with this one. I definitely would agree with that, that I think that if we brought in a little bit more spiritual values, I think that would be amazing. But with our Sister Jayanti, I would also like to welcome Philippa Blackham, who is also an amazing lady. Now, she is going to be, of course, co-hosting just now, and she is going to join us. Philippa Blackham is a former staff reporter and presenter for BBC, who I've done a lot of work for as well, so I feel at home there, and Radio 4, including 7 years as one of the voices of Women's Hour, and an award-winning radio documentary maker. She's the coordinator of 100 Women of Spirit, which recognizes the spiritual contribution to society made by women. I would love to read up on that. And she's ordained as an interfaith minister and currently works as a celebrant. She has studied Raj Yoga meditation and the Brahma Kumaris for nearly 40 years. No wonder she looks so peaceful, because every single Brahma Kumari member you will ever meet will always have this beautiful, peaceful aura. So I would like to say a big global namaste to both of you, dear Sister Jayanti ji, and of course Philippa Blackham. A global namaste to you.
Global namaste to you, honey, also, and everybody else on the team, including our dear brother Neil.
So have you been enjoying our International Yoga Day, Sister Jayanti?
It's been a lovely day so far, yes, and I think
we are so looking forward to hearing some more pearls of wisdom from you today. And I know that Philippa, did you have a nice little celebration so far today? Have you been having a good day?
Yeah, it's a very special energy this time of year. Of course, it's solstice, so I think that carries its own special. So the sun is at its fullest and we feel alive, and it's a great time of year to be celebrating the huge contribution that yoga has made to millions of people's lives right across the world. So yeah, a great day.
Absolutely, because we've just been in Zanzibar in Africa, and now we're back in the UK here. So we're actually traveling across the world, and every single person around the world is actually celebrating. And of course, being part of our Healing Our Earth event today to celebrate. Now, today, I know, Philippa, you're going to be in talks with our dear sister Jayanti. So I would love to just listen to both of you have a really great discussion so that I can learn and get a few bits of pearls of wisdom from both of you. So may I ask you, Philippa, to perhaps, continue a nice discussion with Sister Jayanti as you wish?
Of course, global namaste to everybody, and thank you, honey, so much for those beautiful introductions for both Sister Jayanti and myself. I feel we can't really compete with the flying fairy who was in Zanzibar with a beautiful beach in the background. We've come down to earth with a little bit of a bump here in the UK and London, but hopefully we will take you on a journey through your inner experience, which will more than make up for the lack of setting that we're offering. And of course, as Honey has said, Sister Jayanti has spent her entire adult life practicing Raja Yoga meditation as taught by the Brahma Kumaris. So it really is, as has been said, a great opportunity to really plunge some depths on this subject with Sister Jayanti. So I'm really delighted that we can have this time together. And maybe Sister Jayanti, because we have been talking so far in the last hour at least about the hatha yoga, the physical exercises that people do. And we're very much talking about Raja Yoga and the ancient Raja Yoga. Could you first of all just set in some kind of context for us where Raja Yoga sits alongside the other yogas and how for you see that it compares?
Global namaste to everyone, and Om Shanti, and thank you, Honey, and thank you, Philippa. Very good question. I also am aware that generally in the West, it's been Hatha Yoga that has been promoted rather than anything else. But I think that's changing. Over the last little while, we've been seeing people become more aware of the need for meditation. And of course, meditation is the first step within the whole subject of Raj Yoga. And where Raj Yoga sits with the others, Raj Yoga was actually taught 5,000 years ago, I believe. And what happened was that because Raj Yoga is very much connected with the mind, people thought that it was very complex. In fact, it is very simple. But people thought it would be difficult to discipline the mind. And so they thought, well, let's try to discipline the body first. And so Hatha Yoga began with that aim. When I'm able to conquer my senses and my physical organs, my physical limbs, then through that process, I'll come to a stage where I have a deeper understanding of myself and I'll be able to rule my mind and be the master of my mind. But of course, it works the other way. When I discipline the mind, then I can discipline my senses also. And so Hatha Yoga was created, a whole system and structure in which there was a discipline that was very rigid, but also very important in that process of development. And then further on, we had many other aspects of yoga, including karma yoga, the yoga of action, including bhakti yoga, the yoga of love and devotion, gyan yoga, the yoga of knowledge, then buddhi yoga, the yoga of the intellect, until finally 8 steps along the ladder, then you come to Raj Yoga. And I was very fortunate that I was exposed to Raj Yoga through my family at a very early age in India. And then we moved to London, but my mother continued her practice. And so that connection stayed through her. And when I finally decided that this was to be my life, it was because of very powerful experiences I had. One was the experience of the inner being, the being of light that I am. And each one of us is actually the eternal, the immortal light that radiates in the center of the forehead. And secondly, I had an experience of the divine. Again, the being of light, but the universal being, the being who's the ocean. On the one side, infinitesimal, and yet on the other side, the infinite ocean of love, compassion, truth, of wisdom, of purity, of peace. And so as soon as I come to the awareness of the self, I connect with the being above, I'm able to draw from that being all that I need to be able to have a life that's absolutely meaningful, fulfilled, and a life that's very rich with inner treasures that one can share on the external level also. So that's a little bit of an overview of where Raj Yoga sits.
I mean, in a way, you've given everything in a nutshell there, and presented an understanding of the divine source, the supreme being, as this point of infinitesimal light, but a being that we can connect with, that we can have a relationship with. And that's where the yoga part comes in, because as has been mentioned already, the word yoga means union or connection, and the word Raja meaning the highest or the royal. And so this journey is really very much about the union of the soul, the being, the inner being with the supreme, and that is the Raja Yoga. And many people will be familiar with the words Raja Yoga, with what Patanjali taught, and there are many schools of Raja Yoga around the world. But what we always say is Raja Yoga as taught by the Brahma Kumaris. Can you describe how the Raja Yoga taught by the Brahma Kumaris differs from the other Raja Yogas that are being taught and practiced in the world?
I think that when the founder, Brahma Baba, had his visions and an awakening and a transformation in his life, what was gradually being revealed to him was a system of Raj Yoga which was absolutely relevant for life today, which is on the one side a very busy lifestyle, and on the other side a very materialistic lifestyle, and a lifestyle in which people don't necessarily think that they need anything to do with the divine. They think they can be quite self-sufficient here in the world. And so there's many, many different types of yoga that have come up in the marketplace, including many types of Raj Yoga also. And most of them would say you have to go through the different steps to be able to finally come to Raj Yoga. And what the insights that Brahma Baba had told him that you've been through those different steps in many, many past births. I'm not going to explain the concept because I think many viewers will have been very aware of this idea of rebirth and the soul incarnating in terms of one human form to another, and so that's one difference from traditional thought, that the human soul will always migrate into another human body, not into another species. But that's another subject in a sense, but it's part of that understanding. And so if I've been through the study of scriptures, I've been through Hatha Yoga, I've been through all the other yogas in my past birth, at this moment, which is very specific, it's a time of transition. It's a time of change. And this is the time when I need to have a direct connection with the divine without any human intermediary in between, no pundit, no priest, no one, but I, the soul, connecting with the divine, because it is at this time I need to regain that inner strength and power to be able to manage the challenges that life is coming in, facing me with. I'm coming across different things every day. We thought we dealt with a pandemic, but we haven't. There's variants that are now on the scene. We thought that things were going to be rosy very soon, but who knows when. And we thought that, well, we've gone through one huge storm and that's it. But it seems that there's a few more storms lined up, a financial storm for sure. I won't go into the details. There are many others who are experts and who know about the financial story globally across the world. And then we also don't know whether this is the beginning of a season of pandemics. We also don't know whether it's going to be a season of huge upheaval through climate change. Probably it is. So this is a time when I need yoga, which is direct, which is simple, which I can practice anywhere, any time of day, in which I can just simply turn inwards, connect with myself, and in that awareness of the inner being, connect with the divine, so that within a moment, I can access that peace, that truth. Because in situations of today's world, I don't know where there's going to be violence, where there's going to be upheaval. I need to be at peace with myself and have a connection with the ocean of peace so that I can radiate that peace to all others. Otherwise, fear takes over, violence takes over. There's a huge amount of upheaval out there. I need Raj Yoga. I'm describing one particular aspect, the aspect of peace, but in fact, all the other qualities of God that God is able to share with all of us, every single one of us, are available. And so when I connect, I'm able to face the situation, not on my own, but with the support of the one above. That one is with me and is giving me, whether it's the power I need, whether it's the love that I need, the forgiveness, the compassion, whatever it may be, it's available.
Now you've painted a scenario which I think we're all familiar with, which is a daily life that is full of challenge, and we're needing to adapt to changing situations as they come upon us. And it's almost like we need to learn to find the solid ground that we can stand on within ourselves that will offer that stability. And the picture behind you is almost like the still point in the middle and the turning world on the outside, and all the sort of the chaos that we're learning to live with. But you present an image of the divine in a way that some people might be unfamiliar with. If they have a connection with the divine by connecting with nature, by connecting with the goodness in humanity, by connecting with the oneness of all life, that it's not necessarily a relationship, but it's just a feeling that you can get yourself into, which feels expanded. How does your offering of this understanding of the divine as a being that we can have a relationship with, how does that differ from a more sort of popularized notion of God as being this sort of omnipresent feeling? How do you draw a distinction between those two approaches?
There's a reluctance for people to have a personal relationship with the divine, which is why to think about a divine that is energy, that's goodness, that's all pervading, all present is much easier, because I don't need to engage in a personal relationship. But in fact, the divine is offering us a very personal relationship that has been remembered in India as the being who is the supreme mother and father, friend and teacher and guide and guru, all relationships in one. And so it's a very contrasting notion. But of course, in India, you have both of these ideas. Further, in India, you also have the personalized images of Sri Krishna, Sri Rama, Lord Vishnu, a whole galaxy of stars and celestial beings. And so coming now to that idea that God is a being of light without a physical form is a little bit strange. On the one side, the personal relationship, and yet no human image to attach to that. But when I actually come to the question, well, who am I? And, they sometimes say that it's through self-realization that you can get to God realization. So when I ask myself the question, well, who am I? And I go deeper and deeper within myself, I realize that I'm a being that's separate to this physical form. I am the charioteer in charge of this chariot, in charge of all my physical senses. And in that awareness of the reality of my own non-physical form, then I can begin to connect with the being of light who is also non-physical, the supreme mother and father. Well, that instantly indicates that there can't be a human form. But this being has all the qualities of unconditional love, as a mother would have, a sense of responsibility and a desire to hand the property of happiness to the child, which is the role of the father, the parent. So on all levels of relationships, it's not actually the physical form that's needed, but the quality that we're engaging with when we're coming to that awareness of the divine. The reluctance of people to accept a personal relationship with the divine is because there's a real aversion to the word obedience. And when there's a personal relationship with the mother and father, then this idea of obedience comes in, and many would reject that. No. There's that divine energy all around. But if I'm trying to connect with divine energy all around, who am I connecting with? And who am I accountable to? And so the whole story of karma and the understanding of karma philosophy takes on a very different sense when I begin to think of God as my mother, my father, my friend, my teacher, my Satguru. And one can experience each one of these beautiful relationships and actually have those as the guiding light in our lives. And so in that process of transformation that is so much needed in the world, it's that connection with the divine yoga that brings about well-being for the self, but it's not restricted to that. Well-being for me alone isn't enough. My desire is that all should experience it, and not just my family and friends, but everyone. And not just humans, but all forms of life should be able to experience harmony. Nature itself should be that which is respected, that which is sacred and revered, rather than being exploited and aggressed. And so there's a very big shift in the inner consciousness, and therefore the way we behave in the world when I come to this experience of that union with one.
Very interesting. I'd like to explore that a little further. And for anyone for whom this idea of having a personal relationship with the divine is a new idea, my suggestion would be act for a while as if it were true and see what happens. See if you get a sense of there being something there that is resonating and communicating and holding you in some way, and see what happens. But this sense of seeing ourselves primarily as non-physical, seeing the divine as non-physical, is a massive shift in consciousness. And you could sum up the predicament of the world as having reached the place that it has because of sinking into materialism. We have been so used to seeing the world through a physical lens that it affects everything. What difference, what shift do you feel takes place when we make that leap from seeing ourselves as a physical being to seeing ourselves as non-physical, as beings of light? And in what way do you see that shift as facilitating the global shift that is now so obviously needed? What is the connection between the two there?
We very often speak about how we don't have any peace of mind. And we think that going here, going there, to the ocean, to the mountains, to the caves, that's going to bring me peace. And we find that when we get there are too many tourists, or there's litter lying around, and we think, oh, why did I come here? Or even during lockdown, I can't even go to many places at this moment. So what happens? I'm not going to find peace out there. Whatever it is I try and do, that's the basic reality. And travel now is so complex that it's better just really to stay where you are. But also the reality that peace is not out there. Seeing myself as that non-physical being, the spiritual being, immediately makes me aware that there's an inner being and I can connect with the peace that is within. And so I discover peace of mind. I realize that I don't have to let circumstances overwhelm me, but I can maintain my calm and stability in the midst of all the upheaval that's going on around me. So gradually, as I begin to understand this and experiment with it and experience it, I discover something quite amazing. I am the master of my thoughts, my feelings, my emotions. And once I can do this, I am free. I am not dependent on anything or anyone. And instead of being a taker, now there's a switch. I can be a donor. I can be a giver. Because once there's that inner contentment through peace within myself, I am at peace with myself. And then I can start being at peace with you and everybody else around. And if the most important cry of the world now is, can we have peace? Yes, we can. Absolutely. It's in our capacity. God doesn't have to wave a magic wand. She's explained to us what we need to do. Go within and find that sacred space within yourself, and you'll be able to experience peace, which is your original natural state of being. It changes my vision, my attitude, my behavior in a very dramatic way. It changes my lifestyle completely. There's this beautiful word, ahimsa, which on the one side can mean non-violence, but on the other side, it also means let me do no harm. Now that's a huge concept, much, much bigger than just, taking a knife. That's part of it, but let me do no harm with my thinking, with my vision, with my eating. Am I harming other creatures with what it is I take into my body? What is that going to do to my mind and body? So you begin to see how peace and ahimsa, non-violence, go together absolutely. And I would say this is maybe the fundamental change that happens in terms of the power of yoga and understanding who I truly am, and the start of the journey towards well-being. Peace is the fundamental factor here.
So the driver for all of this change really is the experience of that relationship with the divine and the realizations that come with that. can you talk us through the different stages that you go through on this journey of Raj Yoga to a place of, you know, we're just seeing the flying fairy who is, you know, flying with her yoga postures, but there is also this idea of through the mind, you can have this sense of complete freedom, of liberation, of bliss, of touching all the experiences that make the soul feel complete and full. How do you get into those states of consciousness that really cement the changes that you want to bring about in your life?
Raj Yoga very much deals with the mind rather than external postures and mantras even, or images or mandalas or any of those things. Why? Because Raj Yoga is the shift of consciousness, of awareness. And this is fundamental to my thinking, my speaking, my doing, everything that's connected with my life and the life of you and I together and everyone else on this planet. And so it begins right there, a change of awareness. And the first step, of course, people always say, well, am I supposed to make my mind blank? No, it's very difficult. And I don't recommend that you even try it to start with. There's a state of silence you will come to at a certain point, but that's not the starting point. And so first is to really go on that inner journey and go deeper and deeper inside and start watching my thoughts. And I'll probably see that my mind is operating on 17 different channels all at the same time. It's an incredible equipment we've been blessed with. The power of the mind is just astounding. And so when I begin to realize that my mind is functioning on so many different levels, what I want to do is to consolidate. I want to focus. I want to concentrate. Then I gradually slow down my thoughts by creating very powerful, pure, positive thoughts about the eternal being that I am, about the original qualities of the eternal being. And so while I'm in this process of shifting from 17 different wavelengths to just the one, and a state in which there's harmony within, that's the stage we would describe as initiation. And it's nobody who's going to give you an exam paper and say, tick the boxes. But this is something you'll be able to see for yourself. Is my mind still going wild, or am I now able to focus it and concentrate? And so first step, initiation, and then the state of meditation, where now my mind is calmer and there's space between my thoughts, and the space becomes longer and more deep, more profound. And in that state of meditation, I'm still creating thought, but with those spaces in between. And then beyond that, the third stage, the stage of yoga, in which now I'm connecting, having that communication, communion, union with the Supreme. Now that I'm stable in this awareness of who I am, I can connect very easily with the being who is also non-physical. I'm now at that wavelength where I can catch those vibrations. And in that stage, I'm beginning to feel the love of the unlimited mother, the happiness that my father wants to give me, the wisdom that the teacher is imparting, the companionship that my friend is able to give me. It doesn't all happen all together at once, but it's a gradual process of building up that connection and relationships. But that's the stage we would describe as yoga. And as I go deeper into the subject of that connection, there comes a time when there's a state of realization in which now it's no more thinking about God as the ocean of peace or myself as the being of peace, but now it's an actual experience. And so thoughts have become very quiet and experience has taken over. And this is the stage of realization. And it's not a question of how long does it take to get there. It can happen very quickly, or it can take quite a while. But also sometimes it can happen, sometimes it won't happen, because it's very much connected with what has been the quality of my thinking throughout the day. That's going to impact this, because if through the day I've forgotten my original state of peace and something's gone wildly wrong and my old reactions come barging in and I react with a scream or a shout or whatever it is, that moment, even if it's just a moment in which I'm destabilized, it takes quite a while for my body to come back to a state of equilibrium, my blood pressure to settle, my heart rate to settle. There are actual physical reactions when one gets angry, even for a moment. And if I allow anger to stay with me for a few minutes, 5 minutes, it takes 30 minutes for the body to settle. So how long will it take for the mind to settle? That image, that scene will be repeating in my mind. I'm doing other things, but that scene will keep coming as a flashback. It'll disturb me at night when I try to sleep. And so whatever is going on through the day is actually very, very connected with my state of awareness, my state of yoga, my state of realization. And I begin to understand this, and I realize that soul consciousness, the awareness of the self as that inner being, isn't just for 10 minutes meditation. It begins that way, but I begin to see its impact through the day, and I cultivate it. And this is what I want to do, because I'm enjoying the peace that it brings and the liberation from negativity that it brings.
People looking at the the state of the world feel called to action. This program is called Healing the Earth. People are involved in all sorts of projects to try and make the world a better place through whatever means they see fit. And what you're presenting here is very much an individual journey of transformation, where you bring yourself into this place of peace and calm, and you align yourself with this wonderful experience that you've set out so beautifully. Could there be an element in which that is just making sure that you're okay, that your life is going nicely, that everything is, you know, peaceful and on good terms for you, and you're actually not engaging with the world out there and the needs of the world? Or is there a way in which that very practice is perhaps the most potent thing that you can do to bring about changes out there in the world? In other words, this isn't a selfish, individualistic pursuit. It is to bring ultimately benefit to the whole. Is that right?
There was a very interesting program that took place a little while ago, and it was set in Sweden, but it had presenters from across the world. And one of them is a public name. Well, most of them were public names, but the person I related to, because I know him personally, was Peter Senge from MIT. And his topic was, the topic of the conference was mind shift. And what he was talking about was how, well, his workshop was entitled Profound Systemic Change Requires Deep Personal Change. Now, that is a professor from MIT who is known as one of the modern gurus of the world, presenting a workshop with that theme. And his premise was that whatever we see in terms of events, systems in the world today, how do they come about? They didn't come about by accident, but people made them happen. And when we talk about people, it's not an amorphous mass of energy, but it's individuals, and individuals coming together, and systems are created. Events happen as a result of systems. And so his premise is that It's personal change that's going to bring about a change within the system. And there's a lot of research that's been done about this in the last 20 years or so. Amazing. The world is now beginning to acknowledge the whole concept that spirituality has been teaching us for decades or millennia, in fact. And so what I'm saying is, if I can create a state of peace within myself, a state of truth and a state of love, then this impacts my family and friends, just as, viruses are very contagious. We know that. But this is feelings that are also contagious. If I'm afraid, is my child going to be stable? My child is going to pick up my fear like this and is going to be reacting. Probably his stomach is aching. He can't eat. But it's not because the food isn't nice or because he's got a problem with his tummy. His mind isn't allowing him to eat and keep down that food. This is not rubbish, it's science. My feelings as a mother are going to impact my child. We see that all the time. People don't always make the connection though, but it is a reality. And so not only am I impacting my family, I'm actually impacting the atmosphere around me. Anyone coming into orbit, within my orbit, they're going to pick up fear and so on and so on. And fear is highly infectious. We know that. We've seen it happen. What happens when there's a mob? One person goes a little bit haywire, and within moments, there's a mob and there's hysteria. So we're talking about the positive side. I create a state of peace, and I've had that experience. I can be in a mob. I have been in a mob that was angry, very angry, ready to kill. And somehow at that moment, power from above, the power of being the only woman in the gathering, a young woman at that time, and the mob became silent and violence was averted at that moment. Now multiply that with however many people start practicing these ideas, and you don't have to change the world. You just have to reach a point of critical mass. And the energy of that critical mass is able to transform things. It's a reality. We can change this world of ours to make it a better place.
Well, that's a very positive note to bring our conversation to a close, that there is hope, there are grounds for optimism, that humanity will rise to the challenge of what we're facing, and through bringing about change on the individual level, that will reach out and become a collective experience. But before I let you go, Sister Jenti, could you just leave us with a seed thought or a practice or something that we can take away with, and before we go to sleep tonight, we can just bring that thought into our awareness and work with it? What one thought would you like to leave us with?
I'd like to leave you with this mantra of Om Shanti. I am peace. Say Om Shanti out loud, say it quietly inside, but more important than the words, create that feeling of I am the inner being, a being of peace, and see the difference it makes in every situation that you're involved with. Om Shanti.
Beautiful. Sister Jenti from the Brahma Kumaris, thank you so much for sharing with us. And thank you, Honey, for giving us the opportunity.
Oh, that was amazing. I was just listening, and both of you, this was just, I could go on for ages just listening to both of you. Sister Jenti as well, this really great information, and that tip at the end as well, Om Shanti, such an important, just 2 words, but so powerful, can change everything in your life. And Philippa, you're fantastic as well. Great questions, I have to say, coming with your BBC background. I actually had a question for you, Philippa. What made you get interested in the Brahma Kumaris? Because you started 40 years ago, right?
So I was a student in my gap year as an 18-year-old, and I felt a real pull to understand deeper truths in life. I wanted to learn meditation. And I was getting a very powerful vision of a man in white with a mustache. And I had tried to find this person. I actually went around all the osteopaths that I knew, because they were the only people I knew who wore white, but none of them had a mustache. And I just was pulled and pulled. So I bought a round the world ticket and filled a rucksack with things that I needed and set off on a journey to discover. And I was in Malaysia, and I came across the Brahmakumaris Center in Malaysia. And I stepped inside, and there on the wall was a picture of the founder, who was wearing white and had a mustache. And I said, "Who is that?" And they sat me down and told me all about him and all about the Brahmakumaris. And I didn't need to travel any further. That was it.
Wow, and no looking back either.
Yeah.
No looking, absolutely. What a beautiful thing. Actually, a lot of people who go on a spiritual journey, they always have these beautiful stories to share, because there's a calling, you know, from the higher energies, as we say, or the gurus. And there's a calling to say, you know, and also probably past life connections as well.
Absolutely. Something was pulling me, definitely. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. That was really interesting. Maybe next time for 45 minutes, we should just ask you all the questions as well.
Very good idea.
Yeah. And Sister Jayanti, you know, that was really great information that you shared. But I had a question for you as well. You speak about enlightenment, you know, that as we travel on a path of enlightenment, how can you tell when one is enlightened?
There's no magic formula for enlightenment, but very simple baby steps that anyone can take. Just start asking yourself the question, who am I? What's going on inside my head? And as you reflect on these ideas very deeply, you begin to feel that there's an energy which is quite distinct and separate from the physical body. I mean, I can experience myself as that non-physical being, and I can see you without all the other things, and just as that being of light. That is really the door that's opened, and it's a beautiful journey to walk through that door and make many lovely discoveries.
Wow, that's beautiful, isn't it? Yes, because at the end of the day, you know, you have to walk that path yourself. There's nobody who can explain how it feels, what it feels like. But when you actually feel and get that even glimpse of that feeling, it's such a beautiful feeling that you don't want to leave. So I can understand, even if it could be a little tiny little feeling, but that feeling is so blissful. I can understand that as well. No, that's wonderful. And how do you feel? For my last question to you, Sister Jayanti, is how do you think we could become, you know, we could create a more value-based society? Because you mentioned about the spiritual values that we're, you know, we could become a much more peaceful world if we perhaps promoted more spiritual values or incorporated that within our lives.
The answer that my father, my spiritual father, Brahma Baba, the founder, gave me many years ago was that I have to do it myself, and then others will see it, and then they will also want to do the same. So I have to be at peace. I have to renounce anger and greed and all the other things that cause so many problems. And then when they see that my life is very beautiful and rich and filled with joy, they're going to say, tell us what's going on. How can we have the same?
Absolutely. Well, with that, Sister Jayanti, and of course, Philippa, I think that was an amazing session. What a fantastic way to celebrate International Yoga Day. I know that you're having a special event tomorrow, I believe, Sister Jayanti. Is that something that perhaps you may want to just share? Because I'm sure there are people who may want to join you for that particular event.
Wonderful. Thanks for this opportunity. We're going to be having very short talks, but more meditation experience, because this is what everybody is actually yearning for, to be able to experience. So it's going to be short talks and experiences through meditation. And of course, the Minister of Coordination from India House is going to be joining us with a message from India House, since this was initiated by the Indian government 7 years ago. So it's right that they should be there with us. But it's more experiential than talking heads.
Right. So all of you listeners out there from whichever part of the world you're in, it's all online, isn't it, Sister Jenti? So
It
people
is.
from wherever they're listening and wherever you are at this moment in time, if you want to join that, I would highly recommend, do not miss it, because you're going to love it. As it's experience that Sister Jenti said is more important than perhaps just learning and just reading. And I highly recommend that myself too. So thank you again, Philippa and Sister Jenti. Have a fantastic day. Have a lovely Sunday. I would like to say a global namaste to you. And also, of course, now move on to our next guest. And our next guest, we're going all the way where we were in Zanzibar. We then went to the UK, and we're now off now to India. And we have a really amazing guest who's joining us right now. And his name is Kiara Windrider. He's an author, healer, and a therapist. And he is trained in various forms of body work, breath work, hypnotherapy, and shamanic healing. Kiara is an avid science researcher exploring connections between galactic cycles, climate change, ancient history, quantum physics, human behavior, and of course, very important, spiritual awakening. He's currently focused on planetary healing using a system of anchoring divine light known as Ilahinu. So we're going to find out a little bit more about this shortly. He also teaches Inca shamanic practices, into which he was initiated by Don Juan Núñez del Prado. Kiara has worked with Egyptian, Huna, and Sufi traditions, and is also rooted in integral yoga and, of course, Advaita traditions of India. Oh my God, I'm so excited to find out more. This gentleman sounds absolutely amazing. I mean, now the theme of his presentation will be integral yoga, presenting possibilities for integrating the fullness of human potential in our journey of personal and planetary awakening. So we will end, of course, with a practice. So he's going to also help you go through an exercise session. Why don't we find out a little bit more? And whilst I'm also perhaps introducing him, let me just add one more thing. Kiara travels extensively and is also an author of several books, including Gaia Luminous, Homo Luminous, and Isa, Son of the Sun. Wow. Oh, a global namaste to you, Kiara. We're so privileged and honored to have you here, Kiara.
Well, blessing to be here. Thank you for inviting me. And thank you, Sharon, for linking me up.
Absolutely. We have our dear Sharon as well, who's joined us today. Sharon Rose, she's our USA coordinator, and she, of course, has brought you here to share your wonderful knowledge on our Healing Our Earth platform. Hello, dear Sharon from USA. How are you doing today?
Global namaste to you. It's such a delight to be with you, honey, and Kiara, and my dear Amalia.
Absolutely, yes. I know we have Amalia too. So, well, we've got a bit of a panel here. We will shortly go to Amalia, perhaps at the end. Maybe she may have a couple of questions that she may want to ask. So let's see if we can bring Amalia on board at the end to ask a couple of questions, so we can interrogate dear Kiara. So, Kiara, please tell us, what do you have for us today? What will you be sharing today?
Well, I thought we could begin with the question you asked Jayanti ji about enlightenment. I've been very affected and influenced by the Sufi traditions. So I'm looking at the teachings of Mevlana Rumi, and he talks about 3 stages of enlightenment. The first being, you've identified yourself as a drop, you're beginning your journey back into the ocean. And, it's a seeker phase. You're looking outside of yourself, you're examining, investigating, meditating, and developing yourself. And then the next phase he talks about is where the drop completely merges into the ocean. And that's, the oneness, the merging with the all, experiencing yourself as the universe. And, all the emotional aspects of that. And this is where a lot of people stop. Then he talks about the third phase, which is the ocean fully entering back into the drop and coming through the drop to express and manifest itself within creation. And this to me is something that in this age, because it's such a turning point between ages, between worlds, between dimensions, that it becomes especially important to understand. And this is where the integral yoga system comes in, from Sri Aurobindo and the mother, because they speak about the supramental descent. So it's not just ascending up towards source, but source descending into form. And so it's like a two-way process. Sometimes we use this as an escape from being fully present here, from bringing our presence into the world, transforming the world, and supporting this planet, whom I experience as a living consciousness, Pachamama, Gaia, Parvati. But she is a living consciousness with her own evolutionary destiny, and she is working with humans and through humans to open up the next step in our evolution.
Wow.
So as we become channels for the supramental force, for this unified light, it enters through our bodies, awakens the nadis, the chakras, the meridians, grounds itself into the earth, connects with the nadis and the meridians and the chakras of Mother Earth herself. And then through those grid lines, connects with the collective consciousness of humanity, embracing every species in all the kingdoms of life, visible and invisible. And then we can together move into the next phase of our journey. So, when I talk about being on the cusp of the ages, this is something that so many traditions have been speaking about, from the indigenous traditions in South America and North America, and then to the Indian, Tibetan, Egyptian, Kahuna teachings, the Chinese traditions. So it's part of our inner knowing as a collective, as a species. And we go through phases. There's a 12,000 year cycle, and Sri Yukteswar speaks about this as in terms of yugas. Scientists speak about this in terms of galactic superwaves as they move through the galaxies and then move through our solar system. It creates changes within the sun, which then creates changes within the Earth's magnetic field, which then leads to massive climate changes. And at the cusp of each of these 12,000 year cycles, there's a complete collapse and reversal of the magnetic fields of the Earth, followed by what some people refer to as a crustal plate displacement, where the whole continental shelf can move around the mantle. So I'm not going to go into these in detail, but what I want to say is that it's our collective consciousness that determines whether we are going to experience this as a cataclysmic event or whether we're going to experience it as a ascension event.
Wow,
And my
that's really
sense is,
interesting what you just talk about here, because you also talked about how to also heal the planet. And this collective consciousness is quite important in this area, isn't it? As you start helping to heal the planet, then we actually need to shift the consciousness of not just a few people, but a larger group of people. So there's a shift. How do you see that this can happen? How would this be possible for us to
it's
incorporate?
starting, it's happening. And it's not just through conscious effort. That's one piece of it, yes. The more of us that can consciously and intentionally come together to create this shift, to open up an inner space and then beam that out, ripple it into the collective. That's one aspect of it. But a major aspect of it outside of this is what's happening within the earth herself. And maybe I'll say a little bit about this because this is really, really important and not very many people speak about this. So I spoke about the magnetic field reversal or excursion, as it's sometimes called, where the magnetic axis, the north-south axis, which has been stable for a long time, is now moving. It's moving exponentially. And at the same time, the field strength is weakening and collapsing. And there's a certain point, Greg Braden refers to this as the 0 point, when the magnetic field completely collapses and there's a reversal It could be a 90-degree reversal, it could be a 180-degree reversal, depending on how Gaia decides. But what happens in this process, the last phase of this happens just like that. It could be a few hours, could be a few days. So many indigenous traditions speak about the 3 days of darkness. So this is literal, because it's referring to this final phase. It's in the collective memory. It happens every 12,000 years. So 12,000 years ago was the sinking, the last sinking of Atlantis. Before that, there were other civilizations that came and went. But during the last phase of this 3 days, there's a potential for a massive collective leap. And the reason for this is because when the magnetic field of the Earth collapses, the magnetic field is what links the different bodies together. So you have the different koshas. Sharon loves to talk about this. So
Yes, actually, we're going to bring her on board very shortly. Yes.
So you have the Annamaya kosha, the food body, the physical form. We have the etheric body, the Pranamaya kosha, which links the physical form to the subtle bodies and also connects to the plasmic layers of the universe. And this can go out infinitely. It can go out, connect with the entire planet as an entity, the entire solar system, the galaxy, and on and on.
So is this
So
something like a matrix? Is this something like a matrix that we're talking about? It's
well,
like
this
grid
is
lines, all, and people just connect to different levels and dimensions. Is that?
So some people refer to it as the Merkaba. So the Merkaba is
Merkaba,
the
yes.
linking of the physical body through geometries with other realms and dimensions.
Yes.
And this includes the subtle bodies and the causal body. So we talk about these 5 bodies, then the emotional body, the mental body, and the soul body. But they're all linked together through the Earth's magnetic field. So if it wasn't for the Earth's magnetic field, our bodies would be all spaced out everywhere.
Absolutely. I would like to come back to that Merkaba you've just mentioned, before I asked Sharon to ask perhaps any questions. But, the Merkaba is quite interesting because I remember studying about the Merkaba. And people say that you can actually travel through different, time zones and different dimensions using the Merkaba, as long as you create a very strong Merkaba and, of yours, you use time and effort, use your psychic energies to build your Merkaba. And then you can actually travel through different zones and dimensions. Is that true?
Oh, yes, I've experienced that. And I know other people who have very, very, very profoundly. So we're not just talking about astral travel, we're also talking about actual physical space-time travel.
Yes, yes.
This is an internal technology. I know there's external technologies that match this. There's the secret space program from the US military and other militaries. They've been working on this. They send people out to Mars and Saturn and the moon and so on. But
yes,
parallel to any of these external technologies, we have the potential through the Merkaba.
Yes.
And these are many, many different intricate geometries linked together.
Absolutely. There's tools and techniques you can use for developing yourself as well on a spiritual level too. And at the same time, yes. Sharon, do you have anything to say about this? Were there any questions that you had in mind? Because I know you were bursting to ask various questions to Kiara. And I know that, so let me ask you first, and then I'll ask perhaps Amalia later to ask a couple of questions too.
I'd love for you to talk about the Anandamaya kosha.
All right. Okay, so this is the 5th body, Anandamaya kosha. Ananda is bliss. It also, depending on how you translate the Sanskrit, Anand is bliss, Anant is infinity. So it's the unending bliss, or it's the infinity of consciousness. So this is the soul body. So Sri Aurobindo talks about the spark, the divine spark, the Atman, that first impacts into human evolution as a piece of God. And then through lifetimes, this evolves, it develops It's called the psychic being at that stage because it's a maturing process. So at that point, the Anandamaya kosha begins to build up, and it's linking up the emotional mental bodies. So once we leave the physical body at the end of any incarnation, the physical body dissolves, the etheric body returns to its elemental sources on the earth. And then whatever memories, feelings, thoughts, growth we've experienced transfers into the Anandamaya kosha, which is directly linked with the self, with the infinite self. So depending on the growth of these bodies, of the Anandamaya kosha, of the psychic being, we can use the Anandamaya kosha for any kind of manifestation or healing. So Sri Aurobindo also talks about 5 levels of the mind beyond the rational mind. So there's the higher mind, the illumined, intuitive, overmind, and then supermind. And so as we open to these levels of the mind, they come through the Anandamaya kosha. And if the Anandamaya kosha is open and expanded enough, instant manifestation, instant teleportation, instant healing can happen. And I believe this is how the Essenes were taught. This is how Isa or Jesus was taught, and how he taught others. And this is also part of the Nath tradition, the Shiva Siddhant tradition, or Kashmiri Shaivite tradition. And it's
And
something I've been
is there
exploring.
sorry to disturb there, Kiara. So that was a really interesting the point you made there, that this is something that people can actually learn. Is that there is a spiritual practices people can go through. There is tools and techniques they have to study, learn, and ancient knowledge that they have to perhaps study before, of course. And you must have many years of this. You've written so many books as well. Is there any tips you could give to anybody who could be interested to find out more about studying this particular wealth of knowledge?
Yeah, sure. I love your questions, honey. So, so this is what the Ilahinur work is about. So it's it's bringing in the great cosmic ocean into the drop, bringing the supramental source light into the form, and then radiating and permeating out throughout the earth into the collective to touch the heart of Gaia so that she can evolve into the next evolution. And we are part of that. We are part of Gaia. So many of the indigenous traditions teach the same. So Ilahinur work is one aspect of this where we can link up with this source light, the galactic superwave or the supramental descent. I've also been working with many of the shamanic traditions from South America, which are very simple, but also very effective in opening doorways to the upper worlds and to the lower worlds. And often this happens simultaneously. And so when that happens, these 5 bodies really come together into unity. And then it opens up another chakra behind the back of the head. This is something that the whales taught me. The first time I was swimming with them in Hawaii, they opened up this chakra behind the back of the head. And what I realized is this is how they experience themselves all the time. They're not imprisoned in a physical body as humans tend to be. They're linked in with, through their multidimensional self into the body of Gaia, into the etheric memories of the earth. So this is
like the movie
to this chakra.
Avatar, when you talked about this, where there's a real strong connection. So if people were maybe not understanding and finding this a little deep, who are listening to this particular interview, I mean, this is really, really very, very important, very, very, I would say, rare knowledge that you would be able to hear about, but it is definitely there. And if you're interested in this field and this path, then this is the most treasure, it's a treasure, wisdom and pearls of wisdom that you're receiving here. And what you talked about, just in case if you're trying to understand this connection, if you watch the movie Avatar, you see this beautiful connection of everybody connecting to each other and through the Mother Earth. So there's this beautiful energy that's there. So I'm sorry, I just wanted to give a little example to somebody who may be just getting slightly lost with the discussion we're having, but very important information that you're sharing.
That movie is so incredible. I mean, it's my favorite movie of all
My
time.
favorite movie too. Absolutely, I love it. Sorry, I moved you. I took you away from your discussion, but I just felt that this is such important information you're sharing.
No, this is perfect. Yeah. So, and in fact, I've been doing this weekly podcast called Age of Pandora. So it's referring to this movie in the sense that we are beginning now to experience our planet as Pandora, as this connected, wave of informational energies. So breaking out of the matrix that we've been locked into, the matrix of duality and fear and separation, with all the accompanying mess that we've created here, breaking out of that matrix, entering into something that Mother Earth has been preparing for. We don't know yet, but it's like, as the caterpillar goes through the cocooning, it's inevitable. And I think every 12,000 years, we do go through some kind of a shift. And when I talked about the magnetic field, when the magnetic field is completely down, all possibilities are open. Because what happens is it releases DMT in the pineal gland. That DMT opens up doorways between the worlds. And then a collective intention, even if it's, it doesn't have to be everybody, even if it's a small percentage who are deeply aligned, that's enough to radically transform the collective energy field and actually move into a new dimension, a new timeline. So,
yes,
so I think this
absolutely.
is,
I think some people can actually experience these different dimensions in this world, right? So even at this moment in time, you can actually start understanding these different dimensions that are going on at this moment in time. So I can totally appreciate and understand that side. But with this path of the many, let's say, we have this huge 7 billion people in the world. How do we help them? How do we help them move so that they can also help to support and be part of our, raising of consciousness levels for the whole of humanity? What can we do? What can they do, or what can we do?
Yeah, that's such an important question, isn't it? Because it's not just our personal growth. It's that's done. We've achieved that enough of level of personal health and healing or enlightenment that now our responsibility extends into the collective. So, I go back to the scale of consciousness from David Hawkins. So he talks about the scale from 0 to 1000, and it's a logarithmic scale. And what that means is that the average is about 250 right now, the average consciousness on the scale of humanity. But then if you're vibrating at say 300 or 400, you can offset, 1,000 or 10,000 people who are vibrating on the average. If you're vibrating at 500 or 600, you can offset millions of people. If you're vibrating at 8 or 9,000 or 8 or 900, then you are an avatar.
All right, that's really interesting.
Through your vibrational frequency, you're able to affect without even anybody knowing.
Absolutely. This is a very important point you mentioned, because people out there who follow, let's say, the Asian tradition, especially doing yoga and practices in yoga and meditation, spiritual gurus will always talk about that you make sure that, you keep meditating, so your frequency will change by itself. Those who are important for you will come to you. Those are not really, important for you will go away slowly, just dissolve from your life. And not just that, that frequency will start creating change change in the people around you, because people who come to you will feel peaceful. People who come to you will get maybe encouraged or inspired or whatever it is. So I can understand, and that is really important, because if each one of us start worrying, not worrying, but thinking about how to develop ourselves and raising our frequency, we can start helping to also heal the world and start changing people's lives around us. Is there any points that you would like to make here, Sharon, or I can see Amelie's with us as well at the moment. Is there any particular questions that you can think of relating to what we're talking about right now?
Actually, I do global namaste to everyone.
Global namaste to you too, Amalia, the gorgeous little Amalia from Malaysia. So we're traveling from India to Malaysia now, right here. And we've got USA and UK, of course. Definitely Healing Our Earth is a global platform.
We're weaving it together. And I'm so pleased to weave with Brother Kiara, who I've not seen since we were in San Francisco together. And we were in sacred space, and to sit together and to travel together, right? It's been quite a while.
Yeah, it has.
It's wonderful to know that you guys know each other, and it's a beautiful little family here. So Emily, do you have a question for Kiara?
I do. Yes. I was just, since we haven't caught up for such a long time, this is almost personal, but it's relevant for everyone, the 3 days and 3 nights of darkness, because I've had that information also from the Council of Light to prepare for it internally through meditation and holding the space, raising the frequency. And I'm sure you have that, and some of us are prepared for those days as well. Do you feel that it would lead to something like a shutdown of the internet and maybe the financial systems, where people are not able to get to their funds, some of the chaos? Where do you feel it could be expressed outwardly, and what can we do about it?
All right, so in my understanding, the shutdown of the internet, power outages, all of that's going to happen much sooner than the 3 days of darkness. And that's related to solar flares. The weakening magnetic field means that even a moderate solar flare of, and there's major ones every 50 or 100 years. So even a moderate one now, because of the weakened fields, could wipe out all the communication systems on the planet. And this will happen soon enough. I mean, we will probably experience some of that this decade, in the 20s. The actual reversal could, and I'm not going to go into why right now, because it will take more time than I have. But in the 30s, I think we'll be preparing for the actual reversal. And once that happens, so by that time, we've already let go of our dependence on the external fields and learned to build new communities based on internal technologies. We'll have developed our inner skills. Without external communication, we need to use the internet rather than the internet. So all these things start to happen naturally. And this is part of Mother Nature. When we don't have, what's that phrase? Necessity is the mother of invention. So when something is outside of our experience, we compensate for it by developing other abilities. And so it's a sense that as the magnetic field weakens, as the doorways between the worlds open, we begin to open up to our psychic and subtle bodies and develop those internal technologies. And by this time, we won't need the internet, electricity, power in the way that we've become used to. So we're talking about extremely rapid change in a very, very short period of time. We're talking about maybe 2 decades, 3 decades, when all of these changes take place. We're not looking at 500 years anymore. And in this Dwapara Yuga, we have passed out of the Kali Yuga. We are going through this transitional phase. And the Dwapara Yuga is about the right use of energy. So from the destructive force of energy through atomic warfare to what Gandhi referred to as the greatest energies of all, based on love. So love has to do with the Markaba, which has to do with the expansion of the heart, connection with the soul of Gaia, connecting with the soul of the universe. So all of this is before us now. So when I talk about Homo luminous, it's an Inca term. It's the next human. Sri Aurobindo talks about the divine human. So
May I ask, what do you
waiting to be.
consider as being a divine human being? So if we talk about, developing our divine virtues of us, so that each, from what I understand, every virtue has its own frequency, like compassion and love and forgiveness or generosity, it all has its own frequency that we can, we emanate through being that way, through the feelings, through the intentions, through the words that are spoken and actions that are taken as well. So how would you consider, and how would you say that we could develop the more divine virtues of people around the world?
Good question. So I don't think it's something we need to develop so much as letting go of the veils. So, what is it that keeps us from naturally expressing or experiencing these things? Because it's not something we need to develop. It's normal, it's natural, or it should be.
Right.
It's part of being human.
This is a very, very important message you are giving to the audiences out there, that at the end of the day, it's not about trying to improve. It's not about trying to do this and try. It's actually what you have already in your birthright. You have it. Everything that you need is within you. The divine spark is already there. It's just that we have been perhaps, taken over by all the external things that have been going on, or learning new beliefs or external beliefs that have been taught to us, etc. And then
there are
our life
specific
is.
practices. So the Incas talk about the flow of the natural flow of the universe, which we can link with and become attuned to all the time. And then there's the blockage to this flow, which they refer to as hucha. And this blockage is a result of our fears, whether it's resistance, whether it's attachment, but any kind of fear that keeps us from connecting with our flow and trusting the nature of the universe holds us back. And if we can, and there are practices, energetic practices, very simple, where you can transmute hucha into sami. So in fact, if you have, 5-10 minutes, we could do a beginning practice in some of that.
Absolutely. Sharon, what do you think? Why should we try it?
Oh, for sure, for sure. And what I think is so beautiful is that all of this to me is really about the spirit and essence of the yogic teachings. And I think the yogic teachings are fantastic ancient teachings that are extremely relevant to our times.
Absolutely, absolutely. I was going to say,
It's, the yoga teachings of India, the Quero teachings from South America, the indigenous teachings from Australia or North America, the Celtic or the Tibetan or the Egyptian teachings, they're all saying the same thing. And the Chinese teachings, the Qigong practices, the Tao, as you're linking with this flow, the river's way, you're opening to to this beauty of life. And what we've done, we've tried so hard, is to hold on to the riverbank. The Hopis have a beautiful message here. They say, we're desperately trying to control the river. We're holding on to the bank. We're afraid to let go because we're afraid of the river. We think we're going to drown. But it's that resistance that keeps us trapped. And if we can just surrender to the river, we don't need to know where the river is going. The river knows. It's all going to the sea anyway. So just letting go, letting the river carry you.
And go with the flow, they say, with the life, right? Because life knows more about what it can, the universe knows more about what it can give to you than you trying to work it all out yourself. Because if you trust the universe, then you will find all the answers start coming, because there's less resistance and you just start moving with the energy, with the flow. And I
Right.
think they said least resistance path is then created for you. Is that right, Kiara?
Yeah, it's not even created for you, but you uncreate yourself from, you, it's so natural. It's all already there. We're already in there's this electric universe theory, which talks about everything is connected to everything through these enormous filaments of plasma. So this goes way beyond gravitational models of the universe, where time and space are limited by the forces of gravity or electromagnetism. When we look at the universe as a plasma universe, and we are linked with plasma through the etheric body. Plasma is the source of our etheric being, and that's linked in to the physical body. It's connected to our beliefs, our emotions, our thoughts, and of course connected with our soul manifestations. So if we can open up those doors to the upper world and the lower world, and to link up with the plasma that's everywhere, 99.9% of matter is plasma, then we can actually affect matter in a whole different way. This is what,
Yes.
so when you're talking about controlling objects through chi, or controlling the world around you by intention, it's a very simple thing. It's just attuning to the soul of the earth, attuning to who you truly are.
That's so beautiful. Do you know, Kiara, I think this has been one of the most profound interviews. And I want to say such a big thank you to Sharon for, finding these gems around the world, and inviting them on our platform. Because what wonderful, it's like a walking encyclopedia when it comes to, this particular topic. And would be, so beautiful to hear. I just could listen to this for a whole week, 10 days or 10 months with this wonderful knowledge that you have to share. Kiara, would like to perhaps share that exercise with us, so that perhaps our viewers could perhaps get a chance to practically experience something?
Sure.
I'm sure
Yeah, I
Amalia
think
would love that too.
we have 3 minutes, so I'll do a
Yeah,
real
no, we've got a
meditation.
couple of minutes. Don't worry, even if you go a little over, no problems. I'm
Right.
sure Shanti Shivani will be coming up very soon as well. I'm sure she's enjoying as well, watching you.
All right. Okay, so let's begin with imagining a bubble of light completely surrounding your physical body. So this extends out about 6 feet around in each direction. And this bubble contains the 4 lower bodies. So the physical, etheric, emotional, and mental koshas. And they all interpenetrate and create this beautiful light display, which can be felt as part of this bubble. So this bubble represents the personality. It represents our humanness. That's what the shamans call the middle world. And now we're going to open doors to the upper world and simultaneously to the lower world. So imagine that there's a window, a circular window over the top of this bubble. So about 6 feet directly over the top of your head. And this window can be opened as wide as you wish. It's like the diaphragm of a camera. So you're simply opening this window with your intention. And then you don't have to do anything. The universe in its very magnificence is constantly in a flow of light, movement, energy. And this cascades down through this window into the bubble, all the way through into the earth. So it's like you're standing under a waterfall of light. It pours right through you. It's a very high frequency of light. And as it moves down it automatically begins to clear out and disintegrate layers of hucha. So this is the resistance to the flow. It's actually a vibrational quality that's locked into the cells, whether it's in the physical body or the emotional body, thoughts or feelings or memories or traumas, wherever they may be lodged, it starts to release and offer it down into the earth. And now one thing about the Inca teaching is that just like the second law of thermodynamics, whenever energy moves in one direction, there's a natural, spontaneous response. And so as this Sami, this electrical frequency of light starts to move down towards the earth, there's a magnetic response from the earth. And you experience this as a warm, living light, very healing, unconditionally loving, nurturing and supporting. You feel this coming up from deep layers within the earth, up through the soles of your feet, up through your bodies, out through that window to the sky. And in the interaction of these two streams, then in the electrical downward flow and the magnetic upward flow, what happens is that there's a expansion of this bubble. It happens naturally. And you feel yourself connecting now with the fifth body of light, the Anandamaya Kosha. This is the realm of soul. This is your identity when we're not trapped in the illusion of duality, of personal self. And this soul identity is linked up across the dimensions, across the universes, and can expand out as far as you wish to touch whatever you wish. If you had more time, you could move out and connect with the soul of the earth, the soul of the galaxy, all the way out to the infinite primordial consciousness that we are. But you're already beginning to sense this. You're already noticing how the moment you open that window and these streams, electrical and magnetic streams, naturally start to move through these structures, it opens up doorways. You're no longer locked into the matrix of the middle world. So just stay with that for now. What's happening is there's a transmutation of hucha going on. That's rippling out. As you're touching the soul of the earth, you're also transmuting hucha within the collective. You're merging with the essence of Gaia, with the heart of Gaia, with the consciousness of Gaia, and realizing that we are so much a part of her as she is so much a part of the great cosmic mother. So just remain in this for a couple moments. And you can do this practice anytime you wish. All you're doing is that intention to open that window. If you go to my website, kiarawindrider.net, there's descriptions and meditations, recorded meditations that you can check out. So thank you for this field that we get to create together. And Mother Earth thanks each one of us for being here to participate in this great evolutionary work. So blessings and love.
And thank you so much. That was beautiful, absolutely beautiful. I could feel lots of vibrations on my third eye. So there is definitely some energy that was going there. We, of course, very shortly coming up to our next guest, but, before we say a real big thank you to dear Kiara, Sharon as well, Amalia, it's so wonderful because we are having all the people who are interested in healing and spirituality all gathering here on this platform today, which is really wonderful to see. So thank you so much for joining us, Kiara. Is there any last message? There is, of course, your website you mentioned, which we can find definitely on our website. So Kiara, it's Windrider.
Also, you might check out the weekly podcast, Age of Pandora.
Yes, Age of Pandora. So everybody who's listening out there, it's a podcast, is it? It's a series of podcasts.
If you go to the YouTube channel Above Duality, it's all there.
Right, it's called Age of Pandora. So everybody listening out there, you definitely have to go and listen and check out these wonderful interviews. And I'm sure this knowledge that's going to be shared along, through by Kiara, I think will be very, 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 I would say, valuable, invaluable, I should say. So thank you, Kiara. Thank you for joining us, and I hope you'll have a fantastic yoga day, an International Yoga Day. Sharon as well. Thank you so much for bringing such an amazing guest, on our platform. So of course Sharon from USA, Kiara from India. I feel like packing my bags and going off to India and starting to learn from Kiara.
Let's stay in touch. I'd be delighted to share more and learn more, and just see what we want to create together.
Oh, there's one thing you'll find out about me. I don't just say it, I actually mean it. And you be thinking, oh my gosh, she's actually turned up at my doorstep and she's here with her little bags to learn. But no. So thank you, Kiara. I really, really appreciate your time. And dear our dear Amalia, Sharon, do enjoy. Sharon, please do stay behind because we have, of course, our wonderful guest who's joining us again, our next guest, dear Global Namaste to dear Kiara. Have a fantastic International Yoga Day.
Yeah.
And do join us again. And I am not really sure who's actually recording and not recording, but I'm going to move on to our dear Shanti Shivani. My actual Zoom is looking a little different to normal. So what I'm going to do is, dear Shanti, I'm going to ask Sharon to perhaps introduce you. And to tell us a little bit about you. So Sharon, would you like to perhaps introduce our dear Shanti Shivani? And I would like to say a very big global namaste to dear Shanti ji.
Namaste, namaste.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, here we can actually read her bio, which is very, very beautiful. I've known Shanti for quite a while. In fact, she was a singer, my singer for my Kathak performances throughout, the 2000s. And from the moment I met her, I was just touched by the depth of her awareness and devotion to Nada Yoga and the lineage that she has been a part of. Shanti Shivani is a singer, Nada Yogini, sound healer, internationally acclaimed seminar leader, and recording artist. She is one of the few Western pioneers bringing the sacred traditions of Nada Yoga and Drupad, the most ancient style of Hindustani classical music, to the West. She brings a wealth of vocal, meditative, and movement experience to her classes. Since 1981, Shanti has been the disciple of Parampara, student of the premier family of the Drupad lineage, the Dagar family, who has been passing on the Drupad tradition for 20 generations. Isn't that the beauty of the ancient Indian culture? This living lineage. On her quest for healing and self-realization through sound, she also studied with renowned Western musicians and sound healers such as Fabian Maman of the Academy of Sound, Color and Movement, Frédéric Leboyer, the father of natural childbirth, with whom she collaborated for several years, was a key mentor for her as he helped her understand the profound connection between voice, breath, and movement. Shanti also dedicated herself to learning different forms of movement disciplines: hatha yoga, holistic mind-body training, qigong, wu qi, Dao Yin Fa, unity in motion, with acclaimed Asian, European, and American teachers. And you can find her on www.shantishivani.com. Welcome, welcome, Shanti ji.
Well, thank you so much for that glowing introduction, Sharon. So good to see you again this week, and we've been talking lately. That's been wonderful. I've been missing you.
So, dear Shanti ji, so have you been having a fantastic International Yoga Day so far?
Oh, unfortunately, I have not, because it's 9:30 here, and I have actually slept maybe 2 hours last night because I'm having terrible allergies. I'm living in Eugene, Oregon. We are the grass seed capital of the entire world, and many, many people suffer from grass allergies. So, yeah, it's very challenging for me. I was even thinking today, maybe I need to move because it is really having an impact on my singing as well.
Absolutely, because the environment is very, very important, and especially because, of course, you specialize in Nada yoga, and that's, of course, you're going to be sharing a little bit about the power of sound with us today.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes, I am.
So would you like to, and what do you have in store for us today? Would you like us to perhaps interrogate you with a few questions, or will you be sharing some information that you have pre-designed beforehand?
Well, I think maybe why don't we just go with the flow? And if you have, I think maybe you want to interview me first, and then we'll see how everything unfolds.
Absolutely, no problems at all. No, that's fantastic. Well, I was very, very excited to find out about Nada yoga. So let me ask Sharon. Sharon, what are the questions that we should be asking Shanti? What are the areas that you think our viewers would be really, really interested to find out a lot, about, and also it can help to transform their lives through this knowledge?
Shanti ji last night told me she'd actually like to begin with a shloka about Nad Yoga and then move on from there to describe her experience meeting and being with these profound teachers, but the power also of the lineage and of Nad Yoga in transformation of your whole being.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Sharon. Okay, so the sloka, which is actually part of the Hatha Yoga Pradipika, number 4. The sloka in Sanskrit is Namah Shivaya Gurave Nada Bindu Kalatmane Niranjana Padam Yati Nitam Yatra Parayanaha. So it means salutations to the Nadam, which is the inner guide and the inner life, the dispenser of happiness to all. It is the inner guru appearing as Nada, Bindu, and Kala. One who is devoted to the inner guru, the Nada, the inner music, obtains the highest bliss. And then, of course, in the Christian tradition, we also have, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and God was the Word. And this is the gospel according to St. John. So, when you do research on sound, you find that all mystical traditions use sound as a practice because sound is the bridge between the unknown and the known. And so I've been, very interested in looking also at other lineages, other traditions where we work with sound. And I did come across a very interesting article by musicologists where they are actually finally admitting that the Indian ragas are the basis of the Greek modes. So when Alexander the Great went to India, he took his bards with him, and they absorbed a lot of the Indian modes. And so when you look at the main Greek modes, they correspond to the raga modes. And I found that very interesting that finally they are admitting to that. And then I was telling Sharon yesterday, specifically, we have two ragas that traditionally you would take 5 years just to practice these two ragas. One is Bhairav, which is the sunrise raga, which is all about connecting. We call it the Shanta rasa. Rasa is mood. So it's about inner peace, cultivating inner peace. And then we have Yaman, Rag Yaman, which is the second most important raga. And that is an evening raga between 8 and 10 o'clock, let's say. And Rag Yaman corresponds to the Greek Lydian mode. And Rag Yaman is about connecting directly with Brahman or Source or the universal consciousness. And the keynote there is the elevated fourth, the augmented fourth. We call it the Tivra Ma. So the Tivra Ma is considered in Indian classical music, or in the science, let me say the science of Indian classical music, is considered to be the most mystical note because they say it connects you directly with Brahman. So the Roman Catholic Church had the Lydian mode as part of its repertoire. And then they realized the power of this mode in connecting the people directly with God instead of having to go through the priests. So actually in the 16th century, the Roman Catholic Church banned the Lydian mode. And I found that very, very interesting. And you know, the powers that be, the powers that are ruling, they do know the power of sacred sound. So
absolutely, absolutely. I mean, when we talk about that, everything has vibration. We talk about sound, of course, having vibration too, and we talk about the fact that most people know this. They say that Om is the sound of the cosmic sound of the universe.
Yes.
I mean, how does that connect? Is that something to do with the Nada Yoga? How Om is connected to the cosmic energy or the cosmic universal sound?
Yes, there's a really wonderful sloka that actually I sing improvised in Yaman, and it is a sloka from the 14th century. And let me tell you first in Sanskrit, Nanadena bina gitam, which means without sound there is no song. Nanadena bina svaraha, without sound there are no notes. Nanadena bina nitam, or instead of nitya, it's nitam, which dance. Without sound there is no dance. Tasman nadatmakam jagat, without sound there is no universe. So, you know, the Indian philosophers, the rishis, the sages, they all knew that everything is vibration. And now finally our quantum physicists are also accepting that knowledge that everything is vibration. So that's how the Om comes in, which is, of course, seen as the primordial sound.
Why does that affect us? I mean, what is the difference? Because I know that there are exercises where, you know, of course you may be, you know, when they close the ears, they close the eyes, and then they go and they do a little buzzy sound, you know. What is actually happening with those sounds? What is actually happening on a practical level if somebody's practicing these exercises?
Well, on a practical level, I would say the M resonates the crown chakra. So you are really stimulating your crown chakra. And if you look at there's two main paths of Nada Yoga. One is the path of the renunciant, the yogis, and they do different meditations on the brain hemispheres, right? And then there's the path of the householders, like the lineage that I come from, and we sing or play sound. And that way, I mean, as a singer, of course, your body is the instrument. I started out Indian classical music first with tabla, and then sitar, and then my sitar teacher said, you need to be able to sing the pure sound to translate it to an instrument. And that made total sense, because then he started giving me a singing lesson every morning at 6. And I realized, oh my God, my body is the tanpura, my body is the tambura, and in the end, I had to decide. I had to decide, am I going to focus on tabla? Am I going to focus on sitar? Am I going to focus on the voice? And of course, for me, it was just very clear that I needed to work with the directest instrument, which is the voice, that also carries the life force and has magnetism, which instruments do not have.
Absolutely. They say that's the throat chakra as well, because creativity comes from the throat chakra here, they say here. So at the end of the day, that you'll find that like Goddess Saraswati, when she blesses you with this wonderful talents, it's the universe actually using you as an instrument to be able to create and then bring joy to others through that creation. And one of that being, of course, the music and the singing, etc. So, which is beautiful. So, what kind of singing would you do? I mean, Sharon, you were talking about the fact that Shanti Shivani is an amazing singer. We can't let her go without a song, right? What do you think, Sharon?
She's an amazing singer. She's an amazing teacher. Like, there are many of us Westerners that have just gone very, very deep into the Indian culture. And she's a real treasure in this, because it takes a lot of, not yoga in particular, her lineage takes a lot of patience. We're wrenching around all over, but this is like, I remember Sitaraji telling me about, people the guru would say, okay, you're just going to play Tintal for 5 years. Right. So coming from the West, it takes this amazing amount of patience. And also, Shanti's story about working with the tradition, and how, as you're opening up to the sound, how that affects your emotional body is a beautiful story. So we'd love for you to sing a little, and we'd love for you to speak about that as well.
Yeah, that sounds really great, because it would be wonderful how, when you're practicing this, what it's actually doing to your physical body and your spiritual bodies, as we would say, or your auric bodies. Perhaps we can come back to, let's hear your beautiful song. If you can, Shanti Shivani ji, if you could perhaps share a song with us, that would be great.
But first, I want to address what Sharon was saying, because I find it very important that people know that this is not just about performing Indian classical music. Okay. First of all, Drupad, the lineage that I come from, Drupad was originally practiced, sung, or the veena was played by priests in the temples. It is a form of worship. It is all about connecting with Source. And we consider it to be Kriya Yoga, which is the yoga of purification. So I went through a very big transformation when I started singing with my very first guru, Pandit Ritvik Sanyal, who is like now one of the holders of the Dagar Bani, which is the same as Gharana or lineage. And he is in Benares. And so one of our main practices was singing the lower octave in the morning before sunrise, because that is when your pineal gland is still functioning. As soon as the light comes, it shuts down. So I found that singing the lower octave in the morning was the most consciousness expanding practices. But then also, because we are singing the lower notes that are connected to the lower chakras, we are also releasing all this pent up fear, anger, repressed sexuality, grief, which is all sitting in our pelvis, because we are awakening our pelvis. And so I started singing when I was 30, so very late in life. And in India, people start their music as children, like Pandit Ritvik Sanyal started singing when he was 8 years old. So I was going through all these incredible emotions, and I thought, what is going on? Am I going crazy? And I went to Pandit, at the time he wasn't a Pandit yet. He was 4 years younger than me. And so I went to Sanyalji and I told him what was going on, that I was having all these I was flooded with all these feelings of grief and anger, and he just couldn't relate to it because he had been singing since he was a child. And so I found it really very important for my students here in the West, because I teach mainly adults, that I went through that. And so I know it's really good. It's something to embrace, because you are releasing, you are cleansing yourself. So it really transformed me to do these practices. And yeah, what else is there?
It's actually what you just mentioned. I just wanted to share with the audience out there. They say when you also meditate on a regular basis, you will find that these emotions just come out, you know, they just dissolve by themselves. So sometimes you may feel a bit of grief, or some memories would come through, or whatever it is. So I think that's very similar to what you're saying, that through this, you know, spiritual awakening could happen through different ways, and spiritual cleansing takes place. So Nada yoga could be one of the ways of doing that.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yes.
I started doing yoga when I was 20 years old in 1970, and meditating, and I realized that when I meditated, I was just flooded by thoughts, and I found it very difficult to still the mind. But then when I started doing music, it quieted my mind. So that for me was the most potent way, and it is a meditation when you are connected with the source. And one of my teachers, Krishnamurti, always said, everything is meditation as long as you are fully present in what you are doing, even when you are washing dishes, you know.
But actually, you know what we just mentioned just now about the presence as well. What if there are people who are learning about Naja yoga, how long does it take them to start experiencing these things and changes? Because every meditation practice, every yoga practice that we do tends to start changing you as a person as well. Automatically, it tends to happen. Something shifts within you. How does it take? What is the process of somebody practicing Naja yoga and seeing some spiritual changes taking place?
Well, you know, first of all, everybody's in a different place, but I experience when I do a workshop, let's say I'm doing a one-day workshop, so many people, just tears come, anger comes up. I mean, just in a workshop of maybe a few hours, they all experience right away the power of the sound. And then when we're doing our opening practices, they immediately go into a meditative space. And maybe that is one practice which I would like to share before we go on, which is we do these different phases of humming, and then the vowels that are related to the main chakras. And that's something that the audience could feel right now, I'm pretty sure, if you would like me to do that. So also,
absolutely, we'd love to. Is this a little practical experience everybody can try out? Is that right? Or are we going to hear the song first? Or are we doing an exercise first?
You're doing an exercise. This is the Tanpura, and the Tanpura is a wonderful, magical, therapeutic instrument, because it first of all, it gives you your fundamental notes. Everybody's fundamental note is different. Yeah, I'm not seeing you again, honey. Oh, there you are. It's much nicer actually seeing you. So the Tanpura puts you into a contemplative or meditative state right away. And let me just turn this thing off here.
It's interesting, you know, as a dancer, I had, since I was professional since very young, I had hip replacements, and I used the Tanpura when I was healing, and I put it right in the center of my body and was just playing it, and the sound would reverberate through my pelvis. And it was a really wonderful way for healing.
Wow, this is really beautiful, isn't it? Because even the sound resonates from the Tanpura, and probably is giving us certain vibrations for you, and that's probably leading to the healing aspects of things, so which is really good. And the fact that Sharon, I have to again congratulate you that you've got these amazing people that you know, who I don't know where you find these wonderful people from, but look at this. Shanti Shivani is such a dedicated practitioner in the area of this Nada yoga. It's these are like gems, and all this information that we're being able to share with our Healing Our Earth family members and audience members out there is fantastic. So yes, please, Shanti Shivani, please show us what is our next bit here.
So I just wanted to add that the Tanpura also regulates your inner rhythms because you are playing with on the meridians of your fingertips, right? And you have to always play it in exactly the same rhythm. And so there's a big difference. I mean, unfortunately, most of my students don't have a Tanpura, but if they really got how it affects you just playing this instrument, I think they would be much more open to doing that. And when I learned how to play it, which, it takes a while until you really get the hang of it to be able to sing and play, I would set it like this, and I would put my forehead, so my third eye, against the arm of the Tanpura, so it would vibrate in my third eye. Okay. So one of the main Nada Yoga exercises is 4 phases of humming. So right now we're going to use this sa, this tonic fundamental note, as it's probably a G, as the note that we're going to be singing. And so we're going to be doing each phase of humming on 3 breaths. So the first phase is just relaxed humming with a closed mouth. And I'm just giving you an overview. I will guide you through. The second phase is you have the tip of your tongue at the edge of the upper palate and the upper teeth. Like when you meditate, that's where your tongue should also be. And that stimulates the pineal gland. On 3 breaths, you do this. Then the third phase, you're going to roll your tongue back in the middle of the upper palate, which goes to the first one was the pituitary, and then the pineal gland was the tongue in the middle of the upper palate, right? On 3 breaths humming. And then the tongue rolled all the way back, as far as I've understood. That connects you with the hypothalamus. And so we're going to do that on 3 breaths. And these are also the points that you use when you're speaking Sanskrit, where the tongue positions, right? So then we're going to go into the vowels from the smallest mouth opening to the largest. And it's really good if you also engage your facial muscles, because as above, so below. So what we're doing now, which superficially looks like you're just opening up your head, you're actually also opening up the whole pelvis. Okay?
Right. So we're talking about the 7 chakras as well, because they say that as above, as below, and as below is above, as above.
Yes.
So we are actually talking about the first chakra and the 7th chakra. They're all working together, aligning through carrying out these practices.
Well, and then we're going to be working with these vowels now, which are related to the different chakras. So then we're going to be doing E and the big smile, so you want to engage your facial muscles. So we'll do that on 3 breaths. Then we do E, which is the throat. So the E is situated in the third eye. The E is the throat. Then we're going to go to U, which is first and second chakra. And then O, which is the solar plexus. And then we are going to go into the Ah, which is the most important chakra, the heart, the Anahata. Okay. So Nada Yoga is all about connecting with the Anahata Nad, the unstruck inner sound. And I just want to throw in, for years I thought, that I needed to find also a renunciant Nada yogi before I could connect with the inner sound. But that was not the case. Suddenly one day I'm doing our Karaj practice, our practice with the lower octave, and I think at that point when this happened, my energy must have been in Shushumna, because it moves, your breath moves from Ida Pingala to Shushumna. But anyway, what happened was, I think it was really the first time that the root chakra was fully opened, and I exploded into this white light inside and out. And it's really when you have that experience, it's like you're cutting off with the past. It's like a total rebirth. And you have no idea how long it lasted. It is like timeless. So that was a huge gift. And I'm just pointing this out because that is one of the powers of working with the sacred sound.
That could be also considered as Kundalini awakening, because when
Oh, yeah.
people go through different spiritual practices, people go through, it's all different for different people. Some people may feel the energy that goes up and down the spine. Some people have, what you mentioned just now, they see the bright light. So it could be very much about your Kundalini awakening taking place.
Oh, yeah. I mean, absolutely. I've had many different forms of Kundalini rising, but I have to say that the Nada yoga is the gentlest way, because you are having all these shakes and everything because you're moving through blocks. So for some people it's very difficult because it just throws you off. But you also have to know that this is a good thing. I mean, I was working as artist in residence with these teenagers at Bard College, a very renowned college in the United States, and I had these 18-year-old women coming to me because I was also talking about my path. And they were explaining these symptoms that were obviously Kundalini rising. And they had been to see doctors and nobody knew what was going on. And then they wanted to give them, of course, this medication that just shuts you down. So a lot of people nowadays are having also just naturally, without doing any kind of meditation, having Kundalini experiences. And it's very unfortunate that it is not talked about enough in our Western culture.
Yes, actually, a lot of good things that are out there. People will try to add some scare stories and things like that. But actually, like, oh, it's terrible. Something bad could happen to you if your Kundalini awakens. But actually, Kundalini is your potential. Whatever you can maximize as a human being, your potential in every chakras, as we say, the different chakras that you have, your relationships, your success, your expression, creativity, whatever it is, your spiritual growth, all the potential that you have within you. If the Kundalini awakens, then it kind of accelerates that growth for you.
Absolutely.
So it's a very good thing. Yes.
Absolutely. Can you hear the Tanpura well?
Oh, yes, we can definitely hear it. We're looking forward to this. Aren't you, Sharon?
For sure, for sure.
So what we're going to do now is we're going to close our eyes and focus on the pineal gland in the center of the head.
Sure.
So, eyebrows.
So Sharon, I'm letting you take over this from here onwards to look after our dear Shanti Shivani.
And we're going to hum on 3 breaths, just relaxed humming. Now we're going to place the tip of the tongue at the edge of the upper teeth and the upper palate. Humming on 3 breaths, please relax your jaw so the jaw can be slightly open as it corresponds to the pelvic floor. tongue back in the middle of the upper palate, humming on 3 breaths. Now we're rolling our tongue back as far as possible, humming on 3 breaths. Now with a big smile and without the tongue positions, the following vowels. Going to sing E. Now E on 3 breaths. Now U. As you
So
can hear,
relaxing. So beautiful.
oh my goodness, we're running over time.
Well, it would be wonderful if just for a few minutes you would sing a bit.
Okay, I'll just do, because it's Bhairavi time, I'll just sing my favorite composition in Bhairavi to the Mother of the Universe, Jagata Janani. Jagata Janani, Jagata Janani, Jwala Mukhi Mata Saraswati Vidya Nani Daya Nidhukarani Jagata Janani Jagata Jana Joy Joy Mangata Soy Ala Pavarta Manaicha Purana Karani Dhukarani Jagata Janani Jagata Janani Jagata Om Ananta Hari
Oh my God, that's so beautiful, Shantiji, so beautiful, so lovely. And you must be practicing this every single day as well, right? Enjoying the Nada yoga.
I have to admit, not so much anymore because I have 4 grandchildren.
Oh, you look so young. You look 21.
So I don't get to practice as much as I would like to. I always tend to go away for 4 months so I can just do my practices.
Absolutely. No, that's brilliant. Thank you so much for sharing that with us,
Thank you
Shantaji.
very much.
And also, Sharon, thank you for bringing such an amazing person with us, our special guest. And Nada Yoga is something I think people should definitely look into. Check it out. Music, singing, dancing, arts, all that side of things is so beautiful. It makes you feel so great. And then if you're connected with the spiritual growth path, like yoga, it's such a powerful combination of arts with spirituality. So it's fantastic. So thank you so much, Shantiji. I hope you enjoy your International Yoga Day with whatever's left of it. Hope your allergy becomes sorted.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yes, and you can definitely move to UK anytime you like, from for all the way from where you are to where we are, right? So we can definitely do that, no problems at all. And of course, we're now coming on very shortly to our next guest as well, which is Amajit Bhamra. So we'll shortly be speaking to him. Sharon, thank you very much for joining us here as well from USA with your wonderful guests and great questions as always. We're very, very proud to have you there as part of our Healing Our Earth family. And of course, all those people out there who are watching right now, please do follow us on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. You'll always get latest information, knowledge, education, inspiration, and so that would be wonderful. And Shantiji, there was one last question I wanted to ask. Do you have any events that you wanted to perhaps share with us? Are you doing anything tomorrow? Or are there any events? Or also, are you doing something special for International Yoga Day?
Oh, not right now. I'm just trying to heal myself.
Okay, well,
but I do want to say,
we all are sending our beautiful energy to you. So thank you so much. Global namaste to you, dear Shantiji. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to say that Shanti has a DVD that my company, Sacred Mysteries, created, Sound Yoga, Nada Yoga. And you could probably find it through her website, shantishibani.com. It's a beautiful teaching of Nada Yoga, beginning teaching for everyone.
Oh, that's wonderful. So there we go. Something we can all go out there to find. And from Sacred, did you say Sacred Music?
Sacred Mysteries, it's the film company my husband, Jay Widener, and I created in 2000. We have a lot of different yogic and world cultural teachings that we've been doing for a long time.
That's fantastic. So Sacred Mysteries, everyone, check it out online. And of course, thank you, Shantiji. Enjoy your day, both of you, Sharon and Shantiji. And of course, if Amalia is watching wherever she is, just want to say a very big thank you to you two for being part of our special interviews as well in the last couple of interviews that we've had. We're now moving on to, of course, Amajit Bhamra. And of course, letting the ladies know that if you want to stay behind, we're going to have a little panel discussion at the end. So do stay behind, and we'll be having a panel discussion after Simran joins us, after Amajit. So yoga and Ayurveda governance, isn't that important? We have Amajit Bhamra with us, a very, very amazing man. He's a founder and a secretariat at All Party Parliamentary Group on Indian Traditional Sciences. Amajit is a prominent lecturer, practitioner, and author on India's traditional sciences. He has been instrumental in ensuring Ayurveda remains at the heart of the soft power alliances between India and the UK. Amazing work. I really, really admire you for that. And of course, he oversaw the launch of a new yoga center of excellence on 18th of April, 2018. And of course, this was, I believe that His Royal Highness Prince Charles and the Prime Minister Narendra Modi was also part of this whole wonderful initiative. So I really, really would like to find out a bit more about this. And I just wanted to say thank you very much, of course, for your wonderful contribution to the evidence-based research on yoga and Ayurveda that you're bringing to so many people out there. So we would like to say a big global namaste to you, dear Amajit ji. Are you with us? Are you here?
Namaste.
Can you hear me?
Namaste ji.
Oh, what fantastic work you have done, Amajit ji. This is great. You're bringing yoga to the forefront, and you're bringing this to the public, and bringing this to the wider community. You're doing amazing work.
So I'm so grateful to my very learned friend Neil Ji to ask me to come back. And I'm delighted to see Simran Ji here, who I was with almost like a year ago, and some of our other wonderful panelists who are on the screen. And really nice to speak to you, Honey Ji. So yes, so we all have to do something in each lifetime. So
Do you feel this is your purpose? You feel this is your purpose to make sure that you bring this to the wider community?
Absolutely, absolutely. This is my passion, and this is I'm totally passion driven to do this. I'm not on any remuneration package, from any government or from any yoga organization, and you see, I mean, I've been today, because of 21st of June, the International Day of Yoga, which falls this year incidentally on Monday, which is tomorrow. So there have been many Zoom meetings. And so, this is my 6th meeting today. And then we have our own, which is the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Indian Traditional Sciences International Yoga Day tomorrow. And
I think we all need to go and buy some shares in Zoom, I think. The way our Zoom uncle is being helping us during this time.
Yeah. Or create a new Doordarshan,
Yeah, that could be a good idea too. Yes. Sorry, please go ahead.
Yeah. So so the thing is that we're all, every organization, every yoga society organization, every yoga guruji, are coming up, and with their own versions of yoga. But the central issue, what I envisage, is that none of the work that we're doing is statutory regulated, which means that it doesn't have sufficient scientific evidence. Now this is a very key word, and we all hear about this every day, and this is something that we really need to start understanding, because I mean, obviously, people, say in India that, this is the gift, yoga and Ayurveda and Jyotish and Vastu and all Indian traditional sciences are gift, from Mother Bharat to the universe. Yeah. But, so we can practice, these arts, in our beloved homeland in India. But I mean, even, I'm afraid to say that even I say that on one hand, but on the other hand, when you look at the very difficult time that all of us are going through on the planet with this pandemic, and there's no engagement, for Ayurvedic physicians. There are 500,000 Ayurvedic physicians in India. Where are they today? So without sort of pointing any particular fingers, to any particular organization or authority. So we really need to start looking, we need to step outside this box and stop claiming that these are all ancient, wisdoms and arts and sciences from India for the world, as a gift. But we really need to start understanding the language, of the West, specifically, because this is where the take of, for example, yoga is at its greatest. So we need to start looking at how do we actually bring about legitimization, at least in our own lifetime, Haniji, so that, our children and our future generations can, and not just ours in the sense that because we happen to be, ethnic population here, and we don't have, it is not our right, to claim yoga as ours because we happen to be from India. Yoga is for the universe. And so therefore we need to work, with institutions to try and bring about some sort of a legal aspect, to understand. So right now, all the yoga, here in the UK and the Europe mainland and North America and Latin America, the whole world is not regulated. So there are some parts of the world where, you've had some amazing speakers before me, and we will have some amazing speakers at our own program tomorrow, and, who are doing, absolutely magical work, to do with yoga and Ayurveda and all other Indian traditional sciences. But unfortunately, this is all under radar. So we, are when I say talk about the all-party parliamentary group on Indian traditional sciences, our sole concern is actually to look at the legitimization aspect. How do we legitimize yoga? How do we legitimize Ayurveda? How do we legitimize Vastu? So there are some parts of the world where yoga is seen as a dance routine. And there are some parts of the world, I'm not so sure about this. Maybe my very learned friend Simran, could actually, talk about this at some stage. I think there are also, certain aspects of yoga that are now actually being regulated as a sports mechanism. So we have to be clear. And then, so this is what I'm passionate about, to drive.
How do you think, Amarjitji, what do you think would happen by having this legalized? What is the difference to what it is right now to what it could become? What will be the difference, and why would it be so important to have this legalized?
So, Haniji, when you're not feeling so well, you go and see your GP, yes?
Yes.
Would you go and see a GP who is not NHS registered?
Right. Okay. Right. So you're saying people should be certified. They should have enough education if they're trying to pass this on to other people, teaching other people, or running classes. They should all be certified. Is that what you mean? That people should be able
I want you to even take a step back from your thinking and go back as far as, why would somebody invest a lifetime to learn about yoga? Yeah, the only entity who's got yoga right is Lord Krishna. He's done the complete works. Yeah. And why would somebody want to learn yoga, all her lifetime or his lifetime, and then, come out, with this wealth of information, with wealth of knowledge, and this person is not able to practice and teach? So I think what we need to do is I would love, people who are on the panel here and my very learned friends, to come and, Neil ji has my email address, and he has all my contact details. So would be really lovely to speak to as many people as possible to actually enshrine a universal curriculum for yoga. That is what's missing. If we have, because you see, you can have Ashtanga yoga, you can have Patanjali yoga, you can have this yoga and that yoga. And recently somebody sent me a video last week, and it's called beer yoga. So you have to hold a glass of beer in your hand. After every posture, after every 2 minutes, you have to drink a sip of beer. So so the whole thing is just going completely out of control. And that's why tomorrow.
Yes. I see this is very important. You do have an event tomorrow, you mentioned as well, right? There's a really important event that's taking place tomorrow. Would you like to tell us a little bit about that?
Yes. So Neil, thank you so much for plugging in the poster. So as it says here, it's the United Nations International Day of Yoga. We have been celebrating, yoga in the UK Parliament for the last 8 years. And together with our very keen support that we obtained from the Indian High Commission and the Sri Lankan High Commission and some other embassies, which we have not been able to put on the poster here this year. So the idea really is that we want to go back this year and look at the core value of yoga. So it's all very well doing so many stretches and so many asanas, and looking at from a very tangible, from a very practical point of view. But we want to take the attention, the focus back to the spirituality in yoga. Yeah, and so that's why, Haniji, tomorrow we start at 10 o'clock in the morning, and we have a global meditation. You know that you know we've divided the whole planet into 5 time zones. So we start off at New Zealand, Australasia, and Kiwi, and then the next 1 hour we concentrate on Asia, and then Middle East and Africa, and then Europe, and then Latin America and North America. So we have 5 hours of continuous silent meditation from 10 o'clock to 3 o'clock UK time. And we would really love, all your esteemed listeners and your viewers and your friends and your colleagues to register on this online program. And then from 3 to 5 o'clock, we have our normal symposium where you'll be very happy to know that, we, the All Party Parliamentary Group, we have it's a group consisting only of parliamentarians. So mortal people like you and me cannot be part of that group. So I just have the amazing privilege.
Well, we pay for their salaries.
Yes, but we pay for their salaries, but their remit is to look after their constituency.
Absolutely.
And
yes.
I think we should really honor our British MPs, and we're the only group in the world, in the whole world, where there is a parliamentary group run by the parliamentarians for the parliament on Indian traditional sciences. There isn't even a group like this in India.
We should always congratulate people who take such initiative, and that's the beauty of Britain. We always say it's the most multicultural, diverse country in the world, where they all areas are respected. Every tradition is respected.
Yes,
and that's why it's great work you're doing as well with them.
Yes, and I mean, obviously, everybody, I think gets paid apart from some of us, but but they are
passionate. Let me ask. Let me bring us Sharon here. Sharon is from the USA. She's a real a firm lover of yoga, and she's been also learning dance, yoga, many meditative practices. Sharon, what do you think of what Amarjit said? Amarjit ji has just spoken about, making sure that yoga is standardized. Like standards are established and maintained, I would see it as. So what would you say about that? What is your take on that?
I think that is a wonderful suggestion. I lived in India for quite a while. Actually, I started yoga when I was Hatha Yoga, Iyengar style, in about 1968. And I performed for him. It was beautiful. And I noticed that the commercialization of yoga into some kind of outward form sport, I found it very disturbing. The whole essence was being lost. And so this idea, I remember we ran a retreat center, and these people came and they were playing rap music and doing yoga. I said, well, what is this? And he said, oh, this is American yoga, power yoga. So what you're saying is really important. And the other point I want to make is that, when COVID began, I remember reading these articles where they were saying things because there was some progress being made through using Ayurveda and using also traditional Chinese medicine. But in the US, they were some of these websites and media were saying, well, that's not science. And I would say, like, no, thousands and thousands of years of practice and learning and bringing it from teacher to student through all these generations. If that isn't science, I don't know what it is. So I'm very, very appreciative of what you're doing, and I completely agree with you.
Oh, thank you very much, Sharon. That's really useful, because Amarjit ji, you can see that Sharon's from USA, and she believes the same thing. It looks like it's a global thing. For globally, people are finding that this is very important. So you're doing an amazing job. Is there any last-minute messages that you may want to share, dear Amarjit ji, before we go on to our dear Simran, who's going to be joining us very shortly? And thank you, Sharon. What a wonderful comment, and very good to share. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So I can just really humbly request, all the panel here and Neil especially, to bring like-minded people, together, because we want to see, the whole yoga fraternity come together. So we don't want to do this huge step without leaving any specific, personalities, behind. So, the biggest problem, Hani ji, is that we are not united. We're not united enough, and that's why they can divide us. And the establishment are quite familiar. They're aware of this. So until we become united, I mean, I'm not saying that there should just be one yoga. We can have so much diversity. I like this idea, but in terms of salvaging what we have, and this is the same situation, that I'm facing here in with Ayurveda, and.
I think you're doing an amazing job, Amarjit ji, and because this is a really something that should be very well respected, and I think they should be honored, because to bring this wonderful mission there, I think this will help to protect and to help to keep the essence of yoga. Otherwise, we can go all over the place with this, with any subject. But if you can, it's the same thing that I had tried to do with Bollywood dancing, perhaps. Before, people would just teach any Bollywood dance. They would watch YouTube links and just would teach, but there was nothing standardized. So now that they can have qualifications, I wrote the technique book and the syllabus and everything, but now people can be officially accredited, and they have to go through a certain process. So we know that this is the right information they need to learn before they can go and teach. Yes. So what you're saying is also going even further back, that don't lose the roots of it, don't lose the actual essence of yoga. By diluting it in this manner.
Yes, and I'd love you to put me in touch with a lady called Honey Claria, Sharon Rose, Shanti Shivani, and all our other and Simran, obviously, and all our other esteemed panel here, and people who genuinely want to help establish a universal standard for yoga.
Absolutely. I think I'm going to get one more person from Malaysia. If she's around, I'm going to ask Amalia to perhaps give one last comment or one last question to you before we let you go, Amarjit ji, because let's see how important this is globally. Amalia, I know you're all the way from Malaysia. We've just had a global namaste back again, dear Amalia. Amarjit ji has been speaking about yoga. You're a meditator. You're a regular meditator. You do yoga. You've been doing this for many years. Can you suggest or recommend or give a comment on what Amarjit ji has been speaking about?
Oh, I just wrote in the chat that thank you so much, Amarjit. It's so for maintaining, the essence of Ayurveda and also yoga, because like Sharon too, I was in the US and have participated in bringing in the essence of Qigong into yoga festivals, actually, and I end up teaching yoga teachers about Qigong. There's now a sort of a movement was like yin yoga, and it's a really odd combination, because I tell them, if you're doing yoga properly, you don't need the Qigong, really, because it should be connected with the Raja Yoga, with, the Nidra Yoga, everything, the yoga is complete in itself.
Absolutely.
But, yes, so
absolutely. I would say, no, thank you for that. Oops, there's a bit of noise going on in the background here. Yeah, but I was going to say thank you, Amalia, because what you just mentioned as well is really important. The fact that you using Qigong, you're teaching yoga practitioners how to do these things, but you should keep it separate. You're saying the yoga should be a pure yoga format.
Yes. Even though I do teach it, and they have the modern yoga practitioners have benefited from it, I go back to them. I said, you should really be already embodying just pure essence of chi, of energy, prana, before even do the asanas, which is just a warm up, really. As you go into shavasana, that's when you really start to do it, when you start to connect with the higher.
Right, Amalia, I can see you're going really into this. I can see that you're fully detailed in your details here. Thank you. We want to interrogate Amarjit ji, and you're telling you giving us wonderful knowledge about yoga.
No, that's why I actually would like to ask something. The whole COVID thing, it's like where indeed, the question was, where indeed are all the Ayurvedic practitioners? Where is their presence? And so that really needs to be galvanized.
Yes, absolutely. So Amarjit ji, yes, we are with you all the way. Thank you, Amalia. Thank you very much, all the way from Malaysia, joining us here as well. It looks like it's a global thing, and I think you have support from everyone, Amarjit ji. So we're all there, and I'm sure Simran ji is going to come very shortly, and she's going to be fully 100%. I wonder if she's over there. Here, Miss Simran. Before
yes, I've been here since an hour, and I've been enjoying the show and lovely meeting all of you here, Sharon and Amarjit sir. What a beautiful spiritual smile. It is divine. It's a divine feeling. Honey, you know I love you. And
I love you too, my dear.
That. Such a beautiful feeling to be here with the most wondrous souls of the world. Such a pleasure being here. Global namaste to all of you.
A global namaste to you as well. One last question, if you would like to ask Amarjit ji before he goes, and we take over and have a fantastic 45 minutes of a yoga session with you.
You know, I've been really giving it a thought, and you know, I just want to say that it's only Amarjit ji who can do this. You know why, honey? Because his name itself speaks, you see. Because whatever he does, it will stay Amar, it will stay forever. And it's always Jeet, it's always being the winner. So everything that Amarjit ji spoke, Sharon spoke, the lovely Malaysian Amelia spoke, lady from Malaysia. It is truly the need of the hour, but we need someone who's really so dedicated, someone who's really wanting to work for it. And this was a thought I was giving in. If I comment on this, you know, honey, because I said, I'm sure honey will ask me this question. I said, but I don't think I have the rights to comment, because am I dedicated so much to it the way Amarjit sir is? Then I think I will leave it to Amarjit sir. But this is really true, because when I was doing sessions in the US, they told me you need to have your own brand name. I said, but I don't think I deserve having my own brand name, because I haven't had any creation of my own. It is a little experience, but it is all by the grace of my gurus. I've learned from Nikam Guruji, Sita Ma from the oldest institute in Santa Cruz, you know, who mentioned to me that, you know, you will teach yoga to the world somehow. She just had that feeling. And I said, but I haven't created anything. They said, no, but this is what it is in the United States. Everyone has their name. And, you know, because only when we tell people that it is this yoga, then they find it easy, oh, whether or not I want to come for that session or no. So you think it over. And it took me like 2 weeks. I said, I can't think of any name because I don't think I deserve it. Why don't you think it over instead? Is what I told them. Because I told them, why can't we just have, you know, just yoga, the original yoga? And this is how
yes, absolutely.
But,
no,
but I'm going to be behind Amarjit ji. And if ever I can do something, yes, I would love to do something, but he is a dedicated soul completely.
Absolutely. Simran ji. We're all here with Amarjit ji, and Simran ji is there, I'm there, Sharon is there, Bai Ching is there. So you already within this short
we're behind you. We're all behind you.
With you. We're all backing you.
Thank you. Thank you. We have thank you. We have our, apart from tomorrow, we have our next major event, which is the World Ayurveda Day, which we obviously also celebrate both in the UK Parliament and the European Union Parliament. So I would like you guys to be our guest speakers at our next program.
Wow, we would love to be there. Oh, Simranji, I would love, because I'm a firm believer of Ayurveda. So I would love, I would speak with passion with yoga. And, you know, I'm a meditation lover, yoga lover, and Ayurveda, natural healing. So yes, thank you so much, Amarjit ji. We would love to. Do send us the details through. I'm sure Simranji and myself would love to join, and any of the panelists.
Yes, and if you can also persuade my very learned friend, Neil, to come and say a few words, that would also be appreciated.
Oh my God, that will be the cherry on the topping. That's right, absolutely. Our dear king
so please,
of our healing. Yeah, thank you, Amarjit ji.
Accept my global pranam, and please go, be safe, and send your positive energy to the program tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. We'll be there as well. For those of you who want to join, one last time, how can they register? Amarjit ji, how can they register? Where can they register from?
Neil ji has all details, and he'll put them on the system, and
Absolutely. So follow us on Facebook. You'll have all the details. And of course, the other information will be on the website as well. Here you go, UN International Day of Yoga. And do make sure you go and check it out. And it is ITS, I believe so, something like that, Indian Sciences at gmail.com, just in case if you want to write to them and to support them as well. Indian Sciences at gmail.com. So we're moving on to Simran ji. Hi, Simran. Oh, so amazing and so exciting to have you here, my dear. Now, let me introduce dear Simran to everybody out there. She's actually our host director here at the Healing Our Earth, as I work as a production director here, but she's our little host director. It's thanks to her that we have these amazing hosts who also joined here in the Healing Our Earth team. And she has been titled Miss India, actually 2013. She's also a rising star in Bollywood with her recent debut movie Zindagi Tumse. An accomplished international celebrity anchor, Simran has been associated with the prestigious IFA Awards, Filmfare, Oscars, Academy, and many more A-list global events. She's also the recipient of India's prestigious Dada Saheb Phalke Award for Anchor per Excellence. So she's a fantastic anchor, which everybody loves, and even we love her to bits for that. Another compelling string to her bow is her talent in folk dances. Oh my God, you have to watch her dance. She's beautiful. Having won 18 consecutive folk dance titles in India and America, Simran has also been India's cultural ambassador of folk dance. Wow. I really, really, really love her for this, because bringing dance to the world in such an impactful way, only Simran can do that. And Simran Ahuja is the official talk show presenter on USA channel TV Asia. I used to present for them too, dear Simran, interviewing the top stars there, Bollywood stars. Wow, Simran. What a wonderful, wonderful list of achievements that you have been able to achieve in such a short age. Welcome, Global Namaste to you, dear Simran.
Global Namaste, Hani ji. Oh my God, you have the best smile in the world. And that is how we all get caught to just staring at you and looking at you. And you're so transparent. You're gorgeous, and at the same time, you're transparent with that pure heart. And it comes out so beautiful. So thank you, everyone. This is the platform where I love to be. I can call it my home, Healing Our Earth. So thank you so much.
First of all, I have to say to my Simran ji, she has such beautiful, she has a beautiful heart. So beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So she always sees the most beautiful things in everyone. I haven't seen her say one negative word since I've known her. And I've known her for quite some time, because we've all been in this family, the Healing Our Earth family, for quite some time. And also, if you talk about somebody who's talented, in yoga, in meditation, in dance, in speaking, in talk show hosting, and being a great team member, everything top class, A+, A+, A+. So Simranji, tell us, what are you going to be sharing with us today? What do you have for our International Yoga Day? And what did you do for Father's Day? It's Father's Day today. I should be saying Happy Father's Day to all the people who are watching today. If you have forgotten, go and give your special hug to your dad.
Yes, we had several shows, Haniji, throughout the day to celebrate Father's Day here in India, where I sent in my videos and my photographs with me and Dad, and they showcased it on all the YouTube channels. Since I was very much occupied being a Sunday, I had major workshops today starting from 7 a.m. in the morning with 108 Surya Namaskars, along with chanting of 108 names of Sun God. So it was a long day where I was entire day, with my yoga workshops. But Father's Day, I always send them the videos and They compile them and they're all on YouTube now.
Wow,
So it's been very special.
dedication, Simranji. That's all I can see here. Top dedication. And can you imagine 7 a.m. for you would be right now, it's 11 a.m. or something like that. So 11 p.m. right now for you, right? Somewhere around there. So all the family members out there, Healing Our Earth audience members from all the over 30 countries who are watching right now, imagine this is called dedication at its best. And what do you have for us today, Simranji? What are you going to be sharing with us today?
I'm going to do, anyways, this has got nothing to do with name. As I said, the name is just because it came from my heart. It's soulful yoga. But I always feel that every posture also, even if we're doing an asana, pranayama, we're doing bandhas, it is connected to the soul, because end of the day, we all need to realize that we're all actually spiritual souls going through this human experience. And that is exactly the feeling which comes while doing yoga. So it's soulful yoga because every posture we do has an expression to itself. There are 4 expressions. So for example, when I'm doing anything with bending forward, it's the expression of expressing gratitude, at the same time surrendering yourself to the Almighty. And today being Father's Day, everything we've learned to all our gurus, and our fathers are also our gurus. So I think it's a very beautiful and special combination that we are here with. So every single second that we are realizing, because we are aware we are doing yoga, let it also be connected soulfully, rather than, we just doing it and just flowing, just a mind and body connection. More than that, let it also connect with the soul more than the heart, and
So it's not just a practical yoga that you teach. You're teaching yoga which is connected to the soul as well. So you're using a mind, body, soul combination rather than just the practical aspects of yoga, helping people connect.
Practical aspect is also important, because when we all learn the practical aspect first, because you all get fascinated. I'm talking of me. Wow, I mean, this is amazing. How do you do this? How do you perform this? So we all start, the journey starts from there. But end of the day, we all have to realize it's the sun. The sun is the source, and we're all the rays of the sun. And we all have to merge back into the sun. But if we raise, when the rays touch the earth and we forget that we need to, end of the day, merge back into the sun, then I think we are losing. We're just enjoying the luxuries of the world, of the earth, and we forget that we have to merge back into the sun. So this is the essence. Every single second that we're spending in yoga, let us truly connect with our divine selves and feel that divinity within us. Yes, it takes a little time, but it's all about feeling. It's all about practice. It's about the expression that we do asana with. So every asana has this expression, which are 4 expressions. And this is how, when we say that we need to get rid of, greed, anger, as we say, Kam, Krodh, Lobh, Moh, Ahankar is what we say in Hindi. And the topmost of which is our ego, which we all love. We all hug our ego.
We all love ourselves, right? Everybody loves themselves. Well, there's a difference, right, Simran? And there's a difference between, like, when we say ego and self-respect.
So ego I'm talking of, which we need to get rid of,
Absolutely,
so,
yes.
So I'm blaming myself and telling myself, we all love ego. I mean, the moment it comes to self, oh my God, how can someone respect me? So basically, we have to feel that, right? So just to have the right balance, because I always have questions, I have this beautiful platform of Healing Our Earth, and I always keep asking Sister Jayanti these questions, and it is time for all of us to realize that at least the time of practice, let us realize that and let go of everything. Let go of our ego. Ego says itself, go eat, please. But it's the
just go.
Yeah. And as our gurus always say, our books always say, it is the most difficult, Other aspects, greed, anger, is easy to let go. But ego is the most difficult. So we all are working on that. We're not working on ego by itself, but we're thinking that we are one and we are connected. And this is what yoga is all about, becoming one with the divine, becoming one with the sun. So this is the beauty of it. And
Oh, please show us some exercises so we can start moving in the first step forward. Because they say they say to get to Rome, right? It starts with to build Rome. It starts with one step at a time, right? So we're going to be able to go into that source, but let's start with our first step. What would you say that all the audience members who are out there, come on, let's get you on the floor, because you have to do this, because Simranji has the most beautiful exercises that she's going to be starting to share with you. It'll wake you up a little bit and it'll help you to start connecting a little bit with your inner soul and your inner self too. It's all yours now, Simranji, all yours.
Haniji, I just wanted to mention this, the way you said, let's do it. I just want to mention this to your utmost graceful. So when you do something, it will look out of the world. So please, thank you so much. Thank you to everyone for being here with us. And thank you, Emilia, Sharon, Amarjit sir, and everyone who is here. Start with a prayer. And if you're from whichever country, whichever part of the world, especially in Malaysia, it's midnight, it's too late. And thank you for being here with us. So it's 2 a.m. It's a beautiful time. 2 a.m. is energy time, when you really take energy from the cosmos, from the universe. Thank you for being here with us. Just listen to your body. We are here to feel connected, to feel divine, to feel beautiful. So this is the moment, the next few minutes, where we will all be within ourselves with closed eyes. We will pray to everything we believe in. Today's Father's Day. You can even pray to your father or any belief you have of the divine love. It's very important to sit in any comfortable posture. If you have knee trouble, please do not sit down on the floor. You can sit on your bed, on your sofa. I would prefer a wooden chair so that your back is tall. The most important aspect is the spine being tall. We can sit in Sukhasana, Vajrasana, any posture possible. But the only thing important is let the spine be tall and straight, because this is where our chakras also lie and we connect. So keeping that spine tall, please let us all join our hands together for the prayer. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Shri Guruve Namah. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. You may open your eyes, or else with your eyes closed, taking those arms above the head, giving your sides that complete stretch, getting ready to get into the Yoga Mudra, towards the beginning, to surrender ourselves to that divinity, to the divine love, to everything that we believe in. Let us all bend forward, one vertebrae at a time, where my arms are stuck to my ears, one vertebrae at a time. Whichever is your final posture, you can slowly take your arms down, take a deep breath, and focus from our third eye between the eyebrows to the navel. So as we breathe in, focus at the third eye and let the breath, the oxygen go to your navel. And as we breathe out, focus on your navel to your third eye. And if you want to go lower than this, if you're comfortable and very flexible, then you can go to your lowest level possible and then relax your hands and your elbows are loose. In this posture, my entire focus will start from between the eyebrows, and I will keep my eyes closed and focus on the navel. And once I'm down in my final posture, it could be here, it could be only here. The beginner's pose is absolutely fine. For beginners who have knee trouble, I want you all to sit on the bed. Just be very comfortable. You can take your feet apart in a very comfortable seated posture, but trying to bend forward, trying to go forward for its benefits. So I want you to, again, bend forward in the same way. Maybe this is your final posture. Just take your palms down, close your eyes, and focus on between the eyebrows as we breathe in deep. And as the breath goes inside, your breath will elongate, feel it going to the navel. And as we breathe out, let it bring all the toxins and negativity out of the body, where we are ready to surrender. It's the most difficult thing to surrender. And this is exactly what saints tell us. But there's a feeling right now. For the next few minutes, I will just surrender myself to the divine and let him take me and allow me to travel within myself. Because end of the day, we are all spiritual souls who are born in this world to travel within. And since the past 1.5 years, we've got this opportunity, so let's do it. So for others, if you're really intermediate level, you can also have your feet together and your heels apart from your body. You can also come in the butterfly posture where your heels are very close to the groin. We can sit in Sukhasana. This is the Sukhasana. It's known as Sukh, as they say, all the happiness, all the relaxed feeling in this posture. This posture is known as the meditation posture, where you have your fingers in Jnana Mudra, the thumb and the index finger touching together, or you can sit in Vajrasana, which we will end the session with Vajrasana. So let's do it one more time with a deep breath in. As we breathe in, I'm going to do sideways. We're going to go down and hold it there for 3 deep breaths, keeping that spine tall, trying and bringing this arch. So this is how my back is tall, but I'm going to breathe up in further, take my shoulders behind, and make sure I get that arch in my spine. I get that arch in my spine. And this is what is the beauty of it. When I lift my chest up, take my shoulders behind, lift it up, and this is where I get that beautiful arch, the beautiful posture. My knees are stuck to the ground. If you're sitting in Padmasana, fingers together. Now I want you to press both the palms together and feel the energy inside. And it's not that I'm purposely moving. It just happens because we are all energy personification. Let's truly only experience positive energy. And slowly let them shake. Let it feel the energy. I want you to breathe in deep. Breathe in deep and stretch it out completely to the right side first, to the left side. All right, with the breath, breathe out as you come to the side. Breathe in when you come in the center. Breathe out when you come to the side. Breathe in when you come to the center. A little look up at the ceiling and slowly, one vertebrae at a time, keeping that arch of the back intact. Keeping that arch of the back intact as much as possible. Your butts are on the floor, and in the final posture, you're relaxing your hands and breathing in deep with the entire focus on your navel. From the third eye, it goes to the navel. Please take deep breaths there. 3 deep breaths. 3 deep breaths there. And in case you find it difficult to have your palms right together in the folded posture, in the joint prayer posture, you can have your hands apart as well and just go down. What is important here is the feeling. The posture you will learn slowly and gradually, the flexibility will increase. But what is important is the feeling of giving. Are we all ready to give? Give ourselves, give our neighbors, our family, give to the world. So let us please come back. When we come back, again, join your hands together, join those palms together, and slowly breathe in deep. Breathe in deep, very slowly. Remember, the chest is out and trying to bring that arch in the back, palms facing out. Take them back, behind, and down, bringing that arch. Wow, what a beautiful feeling of getting that arch. The lovely Yoga Mudra, it's very, very simple, but it has that essence of surrendering yourself and of course, the essence of feeling really beautiful. We're going to get into the lying down posture right now, and the basic cycling, the basic, we're getting ready for thread the needle, something that I love the most, the kind of concentration, the focus it gives, the kind of feeling you get in your ribs. You come very, very closely connected to yourself. But for that, we're going to do a little bit of warm up. So this time, you're going to lie down. And whenever you lie down, let every second be very, very aware of every second. Lie down on your side and then on your spine. And for those who probably are not comfortable lifting their butt up in the beautiful Vipreet Karni Mudra, you can just roll and hold the Vipreet Karni Mudra. Just roll and hold the Vipreet Karni Mudra. And for those who still not warmed up, I want you all to do the beautiful rolling on the back to start with. It's difficult, no problem. For beginners, just go down till here and up. That is it. It's like the seesaw. So we have something for everybody. And if you think that you are absolutely, right now, you're done with your day, you can just sit, breathe deep, and do some chanting, do some Om chanting. For all those who love to do rolling, please come up and lift that butt up. Let's lift that butt up and let's stand up. Let's slowly stand up and come down. Slowly stand up. So let's do this warm up 3 more times and then lie down on your spine for the Vipreet Karni Mudra. Now, when I lift my legs up, the feeling is the positive feeling of feeling strong, keeping those legs absolutely straight. I'm going to get into towards the beginning, the Vipreet Karni Mudra. And if you're very comfortable doing the Sarvang Asana, then please, you can do the cycling with the Sarvang Asana, or else just the Vipreet Karni Mudra. Now, when I do the Sarvang Asana, I shall be unable to look at you, to twist, because my chin gets locked in my chest. So that's the reason I'm doing the cycling in Vipreet Karni Mudra. But if I was to do the same thing with a beautiful Sarvang Asana, which says Sarva, then I'm going to look up at the ceiling and talk to you because I can't twist anymore. The beautiful feeling. This is the cycle of life. Close your eyes and just realize that this is such a beautiful feeling where you're experiencing the human feeling. And as a human being, so I'm going to come back into my Vipreet Karni Mudra so I can talk to you in a better way. This is like the cycle of life. Use it as wide as possible. The cycle of life, which says that we have all the rasas, the 9 rasas in us. So when we say, oh my God, I'm stressed, when we say, why am I going through this? So realize we are all spiritual beings who are born to experience all of it. And that is the complete circle of life. The complete circle of life is whatever you sow, so shall you reap. Every belief you have in, just realize that and you will feel so happy about everything that experiencing. You will then not analyze, is it good? Is it bad? Or what is it? We'll stop judging people because we'll realize that it is these beautiful colors of the flowers that make life so beautiful. So if you are comfortable in Halasana, you can take one knee to the ear, one knee to the ear, and enjoy that beautiful feeling in the back, in the spine, because I'm getting ready for thread the needle. Enjoy this beautiful feeling and then just hold it there. Just hold it there. And whenever possible, come back. If you want to roll and come back, but the best thing is one vertebrae at a time. It's very important one vertebrae at a time. So at this point of time, any difficulty you have in life, or you think any challenges you have in life, just remember that you're getting a solution to every challenge. As we all say, we are what our spine is. One vertebrae at a time. Beautiful. Think of the challenge you have. And as you come down, you're getting the solutions to it. What a beautiful feeling, because you're going to be stress-free. When you come down completely, your spine is absolutely firm and it's completely relaxed. And for those who actually have a little bit of back problem, please do not do this. We'll do something to strengthen the back right after thread the needle. I want you to do Bhujangasana and feel really beautiful. Bhujangasana will give you energy and courage. The postures which lift you up, the courageous posture. Again, I'm going to come to my side. Feel beautiful coming up. And the feeling I had with the beautiful Viprit Karni Mudra, Sarvang Asana, which is the Sarva Ang, as well as the Halasana, was just this, that everything from my spine is draining out. If there is any accumulation, any stress, any nerves have the knots, what happens when we get stressed? Something very, very interesting. We all love the digital world, including me. Throughout the day, we are in this beautiful world of artificial intelligence. And throughout, we are, wow, interesting throughout the day. So we get a lot of stress in the neck, a lot of stress on the shoulders, and we take in a lot of unwanted information. We all are what our thoughts are. It is my thoughts which make me. And every single thing, what we don't need, if we take in, it is the thought which is creating something in my mind. And we, as we should know that we have, of course, every action has a reaction. So we just need to be careful about this. Let's get into thread the needle right now, and then we'll do something to strengthen the back, as well as something which will give you strength and courage. As we say, strength of a girl, strength of a woman, we're going to do this. But of course, all the guys can do that as well. So let's get into the beautiful posture of thread the needle. Again, here, I might be unable to talk very comfortably, but looking at you, but of course, I'm going to talk. So this is really a beautiful posture. In the morning, if we just have 2 minutes in the morning, and if you are very, very comfortable, then I would suggest only do thread the needle, because it squeezes the ab. And the bandha we do, there are 3 bandhs that we do. We do the Mula bandha for all those, who are used to doing it. We do the Jalandhar bandh, and, Nolly, where we squeeze it tight. We can do all the bandhs except the Jalandhar bandh here, because the neck, till the time we reach the posture, the position, we can do the bandhs in this posture. So it is really very amazing, thread the needle, where you give that complete twist to your spine. All the digestive organs are in excellent feeling altogether. And of course, all the toxins will get out and they strengthen the beautiful digestive system. Okay. For this posture, I want your knees shoulder width apart. All right. And your palms are down. I'm going to breathe in deep and slowly come down, rounding that back, taking that chin into the chest, into the Jalandhar bandh. My palm is facing the ceiling, and I'm going to twist. I'm going to twist as much as possible. Move my hand towards the top of the head, straighten my left leg up. I hope I'm in the frame, and lift it up and hold it there. You can point and flex, point and flex. You can let loose and let go of the other hand. And if possible, take your knee to your forehead, to your nose. Breathe out and breathe in. So as you squeeze your knee to your nose, you're squeezing and feeling it in the oblique. So you breathe out. As I said, you can also do the bandha simultaneously. The Mula bandha beautifully can be done. The Uriyan bandh can be done. And my Jalandhar bandh can be done. Hold it there, 2 more, and then take it towards the top of your head and up. Top of your head. Just want to see if I'm seeing. Yes, I am. Top of the head and up. top of the head. Now, once you warm that back up, because we've done the rolling, in case we roll the other side, nothing will happen. So in case I'm just trying a little bit more, because we need to have challenges to ourselves. The little challenges bring us happiness, joy, and of course, improve us physically, mentally as well. So in case I want to try a little bit more, maybe I come down, but you'll be absolutely fine because we warmed up so well. And of course, doesn't this remind you of being like a child, like a kid, where you're rolling? It's beautiful. Then you come back again and you do it one more time. And this is how you can progress. I'm going to go a little faster the other side. And then, of course, we start the back posture. So the feeling here, let us do it with the feeling. I'm going to first come up. All right, my pelvis is tight. My butt is squeezed forward. And my back is absolutely tall. I'm going to breathe in deep and breathe out with fingers apart. Right, you are strong. Okay, want you to have the palm facing the ceiling. All right, make sure your hair clip doesn't hurt you. Okay, and take it forward. Now, with a hand, you can also hold your heel. You can also hold your other toe. And slowly and gradually, take it towards the top of the head. Slowly lift that leg up. Point and flex. Point. Take that knee to the nose and up. Squeeze. Deep breaths and up. Squeeze. Just squeezing it tight. Squeezing it tight. Squeeze. When I'm squeezing and I'm taking my knee to my forehead or my nose, my entire focus is coming there. At the end of the day, wherever we travel the entire world, we need to come back within ourselves. You need to be true to yourself and come back to the third eye between the eyebrows. Beautiful. And I'm going to go take that foot towards the top of the head, and here I fall. Wow. So even if I fall off, because I've done the warm up so well, it'll be absolutely fine. And after you come out, it is very important for you to truly stretch it out. So we go round and we go round. Blow out, blow it out. We need to remember that we're all spiritual souls. And if we've been given this human experience, then failures and everything that we feel is not great for us as we learn what is positive, what is negative. We all have to experience all the rasas. And the day we stop analyzing and judging, you will always be in that beautiful feeling of awareness, of bliss, which we all are striving. All of us are striving to realize that, where you don't get upset when things are not working your way. We're going to get into a little posture so that we're just stretching ourselves out. Our body's opened up. It is so wonderful for the upper back. It opens it up completely. Your obliques get squeezed. You're getting that complete crunch, which of course, while sitting, we can do where we twist completely. We can also do this in the Ardha Matsindra Asana, where you truly look behind and you're getting the squeeze in the ab. But of course, I'm going to request you, if you have just a few minutes in the morning, to thread the needle and you are really done. You will be very, very healthy. The feeling is really great of being connected throughout the day with yourself. And now this is something for the back. These are all the postures which lift you up, give you a lot of strength and courage. And this is the feeling. The posture is very simple, Bhujangasana. Now, this is the most important posture these days, simply because we love our gadgets. What is important is, whenever you feel that, oh my God, your back is talking to you and you can't sit straight anymore. So I want you to come in this TV posture. And this is actually the yoga posture. Our guru used to teach us, Nikam Guruji, that always come in this TV posture. It makes you feel relaxed. It is very good for the back, excellent for your body, but not great for the eyes. So let me also tell you that it's not great for the eyes. So instead of watching television, if it's important work, where you're working on your gadgets, on your iPad. So come in this posture where your back is absolutely tall. And also, since our feet are there, rather than just leaving the feet there, let's play around like a kid and kick your butt. It makes you work hard as well, and it makes your back absolutely tall. At the same time, I can comfortably watch Healing My Earth, the entire episode again, and watch you, honey, again, hosting the entire show. So let's get into Bhujangasana. This posture is very, very important. Just because we are using the gadgets, we are always like this, always like this. And this is the time when we get to take our makeup. Every single day, every single day, this posture is a must. Before we retire at night, you can even do it on the bed, but make sure you're stretching yourself, because throughout the day, we are looking down and the stress always comes here in the neck. And this is the strength and the courage giving posture. Very, very simple Bhujangasana. If you're very flexible, you can keep your feet together or else 1 foot apart, elbows are tucked in, palms beside the chest, and breathe in deep. Now squeeze the butt tight, and let the pelvis touch the floor. Squeeze it tight. Please do not do it on the floor. We need a mat for sure, because we have tons of energy when we do yoga, and we don't want it to get into the floor or into the marble, but we want it within ourselves. So it's very important for us to have a very good mat. Breathe in deep. Wow, you're getting courage, you're getting strength. Feel that. Feel that you're powerful. I am powerful. Wow, I'm feeling beautiful in my back. I'm feeling so flexible, so comfortable. So this is the feeling when we do Bhujangasana, feeling soulfully connected. And you can relax. Once again, the Mula Bandh, squeeze the butt tight, breathe in deep. I'm getting courage and strength and courage and strength. Wow, I can take my palms off and breathe out. Till the time our nostrils get the habit of breathing out deep, you can breathe out from your mouth and look behind as much as possible. Very important for us to stretch, keeping the shoulders away from the ears and slowly lifting the butt up and sitting back in a lovely posture. The best posture to be done before you go to sleep is the very beautiful Supta Vajrasana. So as I said in the beginning, Vajrasana is another posture which I will teach you now. Vajrasana is the only posture which we all know, we all do it, we can do after eating. And I'm going to tell you in a functional way, how can we really, if we don't have time for asanas, or maybe we have other priorities, in a functional way, how can we really be very flexible and make the most out of it? So Vajrasana is when my big toes are together and my heels are apart, and I get the space like a chair to sit on very nicely. To sit on. So just move your heels apart and you can sit like a chair in this beautiful posture. The best part about this posture is, yes, this is the only posture which we all know we can do it after eating our meals. At the same time, your back is automatically straight. But because we are all on our gadgets nowadays, we are still doing this. And this phone gadget is only because of this reason, to show it to you so that we all experience. So that is the reason we need to work on our neck. And the best way to sit is Supta Vajrasana. So when we're going to sleep, as I said, we do thread the needle when we wake up, before we go to sleep, even on the bed, just taking those heels away, taking the big toe away, and making sure you're sitting on the mat, or if this is my bed, then it's absolutely fine. And I'm going to go down flat on my back and spine, which is going to give me opening up of my beautiful quadricep muscle and giving the complete stretch to my upper body and telling me, yes, take your legs off. Just be there for a few seconds, 30 seconds, 40 seconds, and you will immediately fall asleep. So you're going to go down slowly, elbow down first, breathe in deep. And this is the time when we're going to pray the Almighty that I'm here giving in my best. I've done my best today. And for tomorrow, please allow me to be my best version. And this is again where I'm lying down in Supta Vajrasana, trying to be in this relaxed posture. Wow. Trying and touching and taking that spine into the mat or into the bed if you're doing the last thing before going to sleep. but you should have a gap of at least 3 hours between the meals and you going to sleep. But this is a beautiful posture. You can easily go to sleep and feel absolutely fantastic. When I travel in the aircraft, I always, especially if it's long flights, I always sit in Vajrasana. And most of the times nowadays, the flights, I have all the 3 seats empty, and this is what I do. And I fit in very easily in the 3 rows in the 3 seats if you're traveling by economy class. So this is the way you can make the most out of it. So every functional moment, getting into the posture of yoga, being aware works wonders. And now the most important essence of life is breath. The moment we don't breathe, we know what happens. So breath is the only thing which is there. If we have breath, we are alive. Why don't we breathe deep? We've all realized this since the past 15 months. All the pranayams that we've had today on Healing Our Earth, I've seen such beautiful breathing techniques. Just make sure you breathe deep. As we breathe in, feel the energy of the divine love, the white light entering into your body. And as we breathe out, feel yourself to be very light, to be able to fly in the air. We're going to end with a beautiful prayer. Thank you so much, everyone. And thank you, Healing Our Earth, my beautiful family. Absolutely, Mr. Neil Kumar sir, for giving this wondrous opportunity. I want you to sit with your spine tall. Om Asato Ma Sadgamaya Tamaso Ma Jyotirgamaya Mrityo Ma Amritam Gamaya Sarvesham Swastir Bhavatu Sarvesham Shantir Bhavatu Sarvesham Gurnam Bhavatu Sarvesham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Cupping those beautiful eyes. If you have pain in your knees, please take those palms to your knees, closing your ears, loving yourself, hugging yourself. Global Namaste, Hari Om. Thank you.
Wow, global namaste, dear Simran Ji. My God, that was, how flexible are you? It's amazing. I tried a little bit, right? And I thought maybe this is getting a little over what I can do, right? That was beautiful, lovely, Simran. And the fact that you teach yoga as well, it must be really fun, you know, combining dance and yoga together, isn't it?
Oh, it is. I haven't thought of that. We both should do that together. So, you know, where you should be combining and doing dance, because you are absolutely a fabulous dancer. So I think we'll combine. So we've done music and yoga together with our legend Anup Jalota sir, where we did music and yoga together. But dance, I want to do with you on Healing Our Earth platform.
I really look forward to that. The reason I say that is because, you know, yoga is such a great way to, you know, get the stretches going. So if you stretch your body and make it as flexible as possible, then you're able to perhaps, you know, be able to dance, do many more moves than you would have normally been able to. So having yoga combined with your dance practices will probably help you to also prevent injuries, because at the end of the day, you become very flexible. So if you go to pull, all of a sudden you don't pull your you know, muscle. The second thing is, of course, having the stretches as a dancer will ensure that any movement that you do will look more smooth, more graceful. You know, it'll be fully expressed rather than you know. So there are so many benefits. If you are a dancer out there watching today from any part of the world, yoga could be a really great way to combine that with your regular practice, or teach a little bit of these lovely exercises that Simranji has taught, and maybe in your dance classes before or after. So why not?
It's the best warm up. Yeah. We do Surya Namaskars, you know, with music. So I was very lucky and fortunate to having met Baba Ramdev ji, who is our yoga guru. And I asked him this, Haniji, I must mention this. I said, I'm very fond of music. So can we have dance yoga? He said, yes, you can have dance yoga. but surely make sure that you're doing yoga. It's as simple as that. You can have dance yoga, you can do it on the music, because it's 2 in 1. Rather than me going for a yoga class and dance class, I can combine both. And it's all about, that's what I said, it's all about priorities, making it functional and making it, both the things together. So I think
it's a fusion. It's a fusion because some people enjoy being uplifted by the music, you see. So whilst you're combining the music and then you combine it with the real exercises, which are important. And remember, life is not about rules, really. I know at the moment, at the end of the day, we do put it all into little bodies, different containers. But really, at the end of the day, you're the master of your own destiny. You can do whatever you wish to do and try whatever you want to try. So it's okay. So coming back, I think we've got our little panelists here. Sharon is joining us. Sharon Rose from USA. And Amalia is also joining us, I know, from Malaysia. And we thought it would be really great to have a little discussion about yoga and meditation. Because, right at the end, I had a couple of questions that I was actually asked, Simran Ji. I was asked that what happens when you meditate, and why is there such a change that takes place in your as a character, as a personality, when you meditate regularly? So this is one question I just want to ask everybody, and then maybe I can share what I feel would be appropriate. But why do you think when you do practices such as meditation, what actually takes place in your life and in your body and your being that actually changes you, and transforms you? What do you think? Starting with maybe Amalia, would you like to answer that while you're here?
I'll try to make it brief for me. It's just, I feel that when we're in meditation, it's a time to be with our divine self. They say that when we are praying, we're speaking with God or our creator, our divine self. And meditation is when we listen back. We receive the messages. And because of that alignment, we actually can't help but to transmute and transform some of the lower frequencies. And it's just time for ourselves. So I think in a very simple terms, this is what happens, besides all the biochemical aspects of what happens with the release of serotonin, dopamine, and how our mitochondria is changing just by being there, as well as our brain waves and our heart resonance. And on a physical level, as we combine all of who we are, and going beyond time and space into the quantum field, so that we can bring in our soul energies. So when we do that, it's like, oh, we are living more as a soul, as a spiritual being, as a mortal being, as we are saying. And so we have an opportunity in meditation to really merge with our divine self.
Very nice. What a lovely explanation there. Beautiful. I like the fact that you brought in the mitochondria and all these kinds of areas, which are very scientific based, of course, but it definitely works. As there has been many research taking place with Buddhists. And when they do all their brain scans while they're meditating, all these things are registered and they're amazed. Some of them in the actual equipment, it comes out as though that Buddhist is dead because they can completely still themselves so much that there is no movement. There's no electrical movement in their bodies, so which is amazing. So yeah, thank you for that, Amalia. How about Sharon? What do you think, my dear? What do you think? What happens? Why do you think there's transformation? Why should our audience members who are watching today should consider, perhaps trying out some regular meditation?
The first thing is you're closing the outer doors of your perception and focusing on your inner being. And the breathing techniques begin to relax you right away. So everything slows down. We live in such an active, even with the COVID, our minds are still active. People are on Zoom all day, watching TV and all kinds of things. But when you go inward, then it's so good for your health. Let's just start there. You can slow down your heartbeat, you slow down your breathing, your blood pressure goes down, and you can begin to discover who you really are. and really observe your thoughts and how they whirl and expand and go off in all these directions. So it's a real experience of self-reflection. And
Right.
then and enabling you to really stop listening to the outer voices and really listen to your own self and your own heart. So in that way, that's only a very beginning. There's so many layers, there's so many levels of meditation in all over the world. But
Absolutely,
like the
yes.
essence of yoga, it's all to bring you to your divine essence that's beyond all of this Maya.
Absolutely. No, very nice. Thank you, Sharon. Yes. And the fact that you talked about that it brings you back to your divine essence, which is you anyway, for you to recognize, to awaken that divine essence in you, that you are that, for you to recognize. That's absolutely. Let's go on to Simranji. Simranji, what do you think? Sharon and Emily has explained this really well in their way.
So well, they both have explained. So true. We all have, exactly the same feeling, but in different words. So I'm going to say this connected to yoga. In yoga, we have the eightfold path, the last eighth path. Like when we say we're coming from the third path is asana, the third level. Fourth one is pranayama. And we're coming to pratyahara. So we say we're doing pranayama because when we do the breath, our mind becomes a little still. Because when the body is still, the mind becomes still. For the mind to be still, the body has to be still. So we go, pratyahara is going within ourselves. And from there starts the inner stages. We have dharana, dhyana, and samadhi is the eighth stage. And this is what it's been said, that meditation starts from the eighth stage, where yoga ends. So it is so powerful because all these steps which we're taking, the eightfold path is for samadhi, is for nirvana. But meditation itself starts from there. And, but of course, these are all the preparatory, steps that we need to take. But if someone meditates, then they are already connected with that divine. They're already one, which is definitely the true essence. And that is how, you feel like a free bird flying. And, whatever maybe we think, it's just mentioned in the, but this is the power you get. For one who does it, they say, you don't have to speak about the powers, but you do naturally get them simply because you're meditating. And everything in this life starts, there's only one word, meditation, in your life. I think your life is really, really sorted out because you will have the answers to everything. You will never have a question mark in your life. Everything will be. That is why
your soul speaks to you then, right? Your soul speaks to you. Your soul tells you what is right and wrong for you. It's that little voice, as we would say, that little voice will become strong and it tells you exactly and it knows exactly, as we say. Yeah, I love the eightfold path that you talked about, and it's true because meditation actually starts after the Sahasrara chakra. That's when the real meditation starts. And I always said, just to share with the panel here, that I always say to people when you're talking about, Sharon mentioned about the stress and to let go type of thing from when you're meditating. And self-reflecting, I always see it as a pressure cooker. When you're sitting down quietly, you stay still, there's no movement, they're just relaxed, and suddenly all the stress and tensions in your body just gets released like a pressure cooker, like out. So you will first of all find that you become very, very patient. You become very, there's nothing, you become very peaceful when you're meditating regularly. You see that with the Brahma Kumari groups, and you see that with lots of people who meditate, they have a very peaceful kind of an aura about them. The second thing that I always say to people is if we perhaps saw meditation as a physical body, and then you have the layers of aura. So imagine your first aura around you, the first layer was a mental aura where all your thoughts are. So if you're negative thoughts, if you're fearful thoughts, greedy thoughts, those are there as well. And kind thoughts and compassionate thoughts, and giving thoughts, they're also there. Good experiences and bad experiences are there, stored there. Let's imagine, I'm imagining this. The second layer would be your emotions. Things that you would be really, really upset about in life, or things you're really excited about in life and joyful about. So you have all these things stored either as blockages, which are dark patches in your aura, all really bright energy, which is all happy energy, you know, which is in your aura. And the third layer I see it as is it's a spiritual aura. So you've got a third layer on top of the physical body, your mental body, your emotional body, and then spiritual body. And in your spiritual body is where all your thoughts are, the connections with the divine. So either you have been, maybe some people get brainwashed with the way, you know, you're taught spiritual principles, or you have a connection with the higher source where you get clean truth, you know, like insights into the truths of life, which are, so there's no blockages. But if you've got lots of blockages in your spiritual energy, then all your thoughts and all your actions will be based on those beliefs. But if they're clean, if your spiritual energy is clean, then all of a sudden you have access to the whole universe, because it gives you lots of information, which you can work depending on whatever you're doing at that moment in time. Now, if you imagine when you sit down to meditate, suddenly your Sahasrara chakra, your crown chakra, starts becoming like an antenna. Let's consider it like that. I'm giving it as an example. Imagine it starts becoming like an antenna. And the more you meditate, the stronger and more powerful that antenna becomes. And your Sahasrara chakra, so imagine 1,000 petals all spinning around and turning into an antenna. And all the energy of the universe, which is the life force, it starts pulling in into the energy, into the antenna. So as it starts coming in, it starts, let's imagine again, like a shower taking place. Imagine there's lots of light coming through from the above, from the universe, because of the antenna. And as this shower comes through, it starts clearing those blockages very easily. You don't have to go to a psychologist or a counselor to deal with one issue of your life. What will happen is you may find it just kind of dissolves by itself. Those things that were affecting you, you were feeling like bad memories that you've had to go through, traumatic experiences you've been through. When you meditate regularly, it keeps clearing those for you. So it doesn't have a strong charge, as we call it, in your body, charge. The stronger charge you have, the more angry you can get, the more triggers you get in your life. When those triggers have been, and those charges have been diffused, if somebody says something to you, you'll be able to not react, because you'll be able to see it as a very, like in a very balanced state. But the more blockages you have, the more angry you could become, the more annoyed, frustrated, irritated comes through. It's human nature. We all get that. But all I'm saying is, when you're meditating, you have like a shower that's take place. And it's so easy, because if you meditate regularly for 3 to 6 months, for example, that whole aura becomes very bright and very clean and very clear and very energized with the life force. And once that becomes energized, then negative thoughts can't come very easily in your mind, because if you're resonating on very high frequency and something bad happens, you'll always try to see that as something positive, because you're resonating at very positive energy. So you can't see negative energy very quickly. So what happens is here, I see that meditation is one of the most powerful ways that you could start developing yourself on a personal level, as personal development, as motivational things, self-development, self-growth, or spiritual alignment with yourself. Because the more you meditate, the more energy you will get from the universe, the more you will feel one with the universe. You won't see yourself as separate. So this is really, really powerful. This is how I see it. What do you think of that?
Beautiful. Beautiful perception. I felt every single word you were saying. Wow. I'm here to energize my antenna now. I'll do that.
Antenna.
Yeah. Very nice.
Actually, that's where the meditation starts, because as you clear every chakra of yours, your first chakra is all to do with, of course, security, fear, things like that, money issues in your life. So your first chakra has to be clear for you to move on, to have a better experience with relationships. So your second chakra is all relationships and harmonious relationships or conflict. So as your energy starts clearing, you know, from that direction, then you're not greedy anymore. You know, that I want this is me, you know, with the money or whatever, you know, physical things, material things. And then your relationships become better. And then your third chakra starts clearing all of a sudden. And your third chakra is all to do with your ego, as we spoke about there before, Simranji. And the ego, either you can use as a good leader, or ego you can use to push people down. If you have the leadership qualities, then you'll use that as strength to bring everybody else up, you know, to fight for good causes, perhaps, you know, to speak up for good things. So that ego is also very good sometimes to use for positive things and in a right way. And then as it moves up onto your heart chakra is really important because, you know, that's where your compassion is. That's the connection between your lower chakras and the higher chakras. So you need to have a very clean heart. And that, if you clear your heart and your heart chakra is clean, you will always want to do good for others. You'll always take steps which are for the greater good. And you will always be quite, you know, generous and compassionate for things in life. Humanitarian, let's call it. So as that happens naturally, and you will always, if you have a good heart chakra, clean heart chakra, will always have faith in the universe. You'll never feel fearful. You'll always know something's going to happen which is good for you and will protect you. And as you move on to your throat chakra, as the clearance takes place, your throat chakra is actually very important for success and expression. So if you've got a blocked chakra in your throat, you won't express yourself you may be very passive, or you may be very aggressive, but you won't be assertive. So assertiveness is important, where you can speak very clearly, ask for what you want or so, but not manipulation, which is passive, and not anger and aggression, which is very, you know, aggressive. So that kind of side is very important. You'll start balancing so that you can speak and have a good conversations with people rather than get upset and sensitive and things like that. So this is very important. As you start meditating, all these changes take place in your life automatically. And that's where your success is. So if you've got throat chakra, which is blocked, you will find that all your success in life keeps getting blocked every time. You're not being able to realize your full potential. And as your energy moves up onto your third eye, here on the third eye, that's where your connection is with your gurus, with your spiritual teachers, and the Guru Tattva. The Guru Tattva is the Guru element, like we say, the air element, fire element, earth element. So we also have the Guru element. The Guru is the natural knowledge you get from the universe. You know, when you get solutions, like I think Sharon or Amelia mentioned, or Simran, you mentioned, Simranji, that we always get a kind of an answer from the universe when you have a problem or so. You get a solution straight away. So that's all your third eye. Your third eye is very active. Or I think you can also get guidance from your gurus, you know, through your third eye, if you've got a nice, clean third eye, and higher gurus. And finally, when you go to your Sahasrara chakra, that's when you feel that everything is one. You start connecting to everybody as if they're your brothers, your sisters, and there's no religion, there's no, you know, segregation. Everybody's one, you know, everybody is important for you. It's not like this guy is a millionaire and this guy is a dustbin cleaner, or I don't know, dustman. So he's not that important. Everybody becomes the same for you, because you start seeing everyone as a soul. So yes, and that happens very naturally too. So these are kind of, I feel, and I believe, and from my studies, I feel that this is what happens when you meditate. These things clear by themselves, all the chakras, the blockages clear. So when you would have been annoyed with your friends and family about certain things, it won't annoy you in the future if you continue meditating. So it's a great self-treatment for things that are affecting you or preventing you from being the full version of yourself. So anyway, Amelia, what do you think of that? Because I know you're very much into Qigong and you're very much into energies, etc. Just before we finish off today. You're in mute, my dear. You're in mute.
Aniji, you encapsulated everything perfectly already, going up all the states of consciousness. And you know, if you want me to make a comment about the Qigong, how it correlates with what we call the lower Tantian, the middle Tantian, and the upper Tantian. Even though it seems very simplistic, that there are only 3. As you know, there are more than 7 chakras, there are 12 and beyond, you know. So as it reaches to the source, to a point of light. So I think these systems are good to know as a starting point to understand energy medicine, but we are such complex beings, and to teach like a chakra is one color or the other, you know how people start doing that. I think that we are such colorful beings, as you know, Simranji was saying, bring in all your colors, and also the vibrations and the sounds and tones of who we are, and you know, music and sound and vibrations and rhythms. That's all of who we are, and it's so exciting to be human, to weave in everything of who we are.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Said so nicely as well. You know, it's so good to be human. Actually, we're very lucky to be human, because so they say, otherwise only humans can think, can decide, and you know, have will, and we have free will. We can design our own destinies if we wish to, you know, to start depending on the choices we make, etc. So which is really good. I actually wanted to just finish off with today, you know, with this special day that we're having, which is the International Yoga Day, you know, just to honor and you know, say a very big thank you to my Guruji, you know, my spiritual master. I've studied so many paths, from Vipassana to Chinmaya mission to Vedic scriptures. I've studied many paths, but I kind of follow a path called Samarpan meditation, which is a Dhyan Yoga. Dhyan Yoga is to do with your Sahasrara chakra, and the meditation is based on your Sahasrara chakra. And my Guruji's name is Shiv Krupanand Swami, and he's based in Navsari in India. And without his guidance and the techniques he taught me in terms of my meditation, I don't think I would have ever been the kind of person I am today, or been able to be as resilient, or be able to handle life's ups and downs, as we say, in the way I've been able to, thanks to him. And of course, all the teachings of his gurus, because he has his own gurus too. He comes from the Himalayan mountains. So he's been studying there for over 40 years. And then he came to society to pass on his knowledge to people like us, because he believes, what's the point of keeping this knowledge in the Himalayas? Because it doesn't help everyone. It's important to bring this knowledge to the society, so society members can use this, you know.
You've gone on mute. Haniji, you've gone on mute, sweetheart.
Lots of noise going on in the background here. Thank you. So I just want to say that, you know, to my dear Swamiji, I just want to say very happy International Day to you. Thank you very much for transforming millions of people's lives. And I would also at the same time like to, you know, give to honor all the spiritual gurus out there who've been teaching people about meditation and yoga for so many years in the past, from the Rishi Munis, isn't it, Simranji? From the Rishi Munis from thousands of years to all our present day, you know, you mentioned Ramdev ji and other, you know, spiritual people who pass on knowledge to us to become better human beings. And of course, to all the masters who are going to be coming in the future. And I just would like to just bow down to every single one of them to say thank you. Thank you so much for helping each one of us evolve, each one of us have the right knowledge to be able to go on this path, and then just try to become the best versions of ourselves. So yeah, so with that, Gurujis, I would say Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tatsmai Shri Guruve Namaha. And that's a little prayer to my dear Guruji and to all the gurus around the world. Thank you for the International Yoga Day. Simranji, would you like to finish off with your final words of wisdom for today? And perhaps Sharon, if you wanted to say a couple of words before we finish off today for our 8 o'clock grand finale. Sharon?
I've practiced from many traditions, and I would say in some ways the root is that I practice is a Dzogchen tradition that is called the Great Perfection from Tibet, but way beyond that. And what we look for in our, besides meditating on the elements. We also look for a stillness of body, a silence of voice or energy, and a spaciousness of mind. And I think those are three keys to meditation.
Haniji, you're on mute, sweetheart. You're on mute, Haniji.
I wasn't being able to unmute. I think somebody was keeping me out. I'm trying to unmute. I'm trying to get in there. I thought I'm going to leave. You know, my three friends are having fun together, and I'm being left out. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you so much for your that was really wise words. Thank you very much. And Simranji, how about yourself? What would you like to finish off with so that we can leave our audiences with something very special for our International Yoga Day?
At first, now I know, Haniji, where all this love comes from. Today you reveal and spill the beans and you spoke the secret to us because of your guru. So absolutely, we pray to all the gurus of the world. There's one essence of life that we're all born with. And that is, I'm going to say a beautiful quote by a Saint Mirdad, which says, "It is the law of life. We live that we may learn to love. We love that we may learn to live. No other lesson is required of man." So love is the essence. And how do we get this love? Through meditation. That is the end of it, the beginning and the end. And of course, we have to just enjoy the journey, enjoy the path. It is the true essence. And I'm so happy to be here on Healing Our Earth platform, where I'm meeting all the beautiful, lovely ladies for now. And of course, we had Bamra sir too. Everyone here is love personified, and such a beautiful divine feeling of being here. Thank you so much, Haniji.
Oh,
Thank
you're
you.
just so amazing, so beautiful. Your words come out like honey, like what do you got, like sweet, so beautiful. They touch your heart and your soul, you know. It's really beautiful words that you come out with. Thank you, Simranjit. Thank you so much. That's actually very powerful. That quote is very powerful. You know, I know we've got Shantiji here, Shanti Shivani. You've been very patiently listening to us, watching us, having a little panel discussion, like a little family. Can you imagine? This is a multicultural family here, all like sisters, but from different backgrounds.
It's so wonderful. It's so wonderful to have all of you different sisters from different cultures. I just want to kind of latch on to what Sharon said about the silence, because in our lineage, in the Drupad lineage, when you go way, way back, the silence between the notes was more important than the notes. And Dr. Vasant Lad from the Ayurvedic Institute in Albuquerque, where I used to teach, he was also always talking about the gap between the inhalation and the exhalation. And that's where Brahman, source, universal consciousness resides. So all of these wonderful practices that we do, that are the many, many different forms of yoga, union with the self, they ultimately lead us to that place, as Sharon was saying, of the inner silence where we are one with all. And thank you so much for all the wonderful work that you're doing.
Oh, Shantiji, that was beautiful. Actually, all gurus say this as well, that when you don't understand the language and the teaching, they said, don't concentrate on the language, sit quietly and feel the vibrations. And they say, listen to the silence in between, because that's where the rush of energy is. That's where the consciousness is. That's where you'll be able to connect to the consciousness, where the silence is in between. So you say something very similar to that, and I can definitely understand. That's beautiful. That is absolutely amazing. Thank you for that as well. So all our audience members out there, I hope you've enjoyed today's special session, which was, of course, to celebrate International Yoga Day. And of course, I just wanted to say to all the fathers out there, happy Father's Day for every single one of us here, all those people who've been hosting, co-hosting, guests, or just facilitating, whoever has been here, from all of us, I'd like to say to every single one of you in the whole world out there watching, a happy Father's Day, because without those fathers out there, you know, the life would just not be the same. I have the most beautiful, wonderful, really kind-hearted dad, and very patient, very supportive. He's him, you know, dad is dad, and that's him. And I'm so lucky to be born in the family to have these kinds of mom, like my mom and dad. So I'm sure every single person out there, do say thank you to your dad for all the wonderful work they have done, for never saying that, look what I've done for you. Just working away in the background to make sure you have your education, make sure you have your food, make sure you have a house, make sure you feel safe, whatever they've done for you, even the support they give you. Just go and say something nice to your dad, for, you know, to make them feel special, because I really feel that your gurus are your mom and dad too. They were your first gurus in the world. So they're also your gurus. So with that, I'd like to say to every single person out there, do follow us on our Facebook. We have got Healing Our Earth, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. If you're a volunteer looking to come on board, every single one of us here are volunteers. This is a completely non-monetary organization where we all do this for the love of doing this for humanity, just being there to educate, inform, and bring a bit of love and joy to audiences. So if you're one of the people watching and would like to be part of our team here, if you're a social media expert, if you're a video editor, if you're somebody who maybe a PR person or an influencer, if you can come on board and support us in any way to get this message out to a wider audience, we would really appreciate it. And I'm sure, you know, you'd feel part of the family, because once you're in here, you'll never want to go because you'll have so much fun. Yeah. So please do contact us at the Healing Our Earth. And finally, we are here to say a big thank you to Neil Kumar, who is our director, our producer, who was our initial creator of our Healing Our Earth. This is probably our 84th or 85th. I'm sorry, I can't remember which one it is, but it's over 80 episodes we have literally brought to you every week, every single week, with 5 to 10 guests every week, who are all experts and really amazing people in their own right, who've come in, contributed by sharing their knowledge. So thank you, Neil Kumar, for making this, you know, world a better place. And we look forward to catching up next week with you for our next session, for our next week's session. I wonder if Simran or Sharon knows what's happening next week.
I do.
So Sharon can finish off with our special little announcement.
We're having an event about wellness, health and wellness. I'm actually part of it. I've been trained in a system called the psychophysical method of neurosensory reeducation. It's very big words, but it's really about listening to the body and learning how to be in tune with your body. And I'm going to be presenting a really wonderful exercise for taking stress out of the neck. It's very meditative. It's a very meditative.
Yes. Oh, well, let's not tell them. It's a secret. It's a secret, guys. If you want to know, you have to come next week. So no, don't tell them this now. So everyone, you must come along for our well-being week next week. It's from 2 to 7 p.m. as normal. And we normally go until 8 because we have some amazing, amazing guests there. And Sharon, as she mentioned, will be there. So there's a little secret little insight to you, what you'll be getting out of it. But we have some other experts as well who are joining us. So come and join us. Have fun. And for today, let's finish off with a lovely little prayer for everyone. So, Simran, would you like to finish off with the Om Bhurbhuva Swaha?
Sure, the Gayatri Mantra. Please join.
Yeah, our Gayatri Mantra. Thank you.
Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Om Shanti Shanti Shanti